face paint that can't get the game. A clown.
Sorry, what app was it again? No, just give me a second.
Amateurs.
Oh, sorry, everybody.
DirecTV Sports Central gives you access to every game. So you never have to compromise on game day.
Was that necessary?
I was just illustrating the point.
Visit DirecTV.com for up to a $400 reward card.
Okay.
My husband and I have never been more active.
Shingles doesn't care.
I go to spin classes with my coworkers.
Good for you. Shingles doesn't care. Because no matter how healthy you feel, your risk of shingles sharply increases after age 50. But Shingrix protects. Proven over 90% effective, Shingrix is a vaccine used to prevent shingles in adults 50 years and older. Shingrix does not protect everyone and is not for those with severe allergic reactions to its ingredients or to a previous dose. An increased risk of Guillain-Barré syndrome was observed after getting Shingrix. Fainting can also happen. The most common side effects are pain, redness and swelling at the injection site, muscle pain, tiredness, headache, shivering, fever, and upset stomach. Shingles doesn't care, but Shingrix protects. Shingrix is now $0 for almost everyone. Ask your doctor about Shingrix today.
Meet the traveling trio. The thrill seeker, soul searcher, and ahoy, it's the explorer. Each helping to protect their money with Chase. Whoa, a lost card isn't keeping this thrill seeker down. Lost her card? Not the vibe. The soul searcher is finding his identity and helping to protect it. Oh yeah, the explorer. She's looking to dive deeper, all while Chase looks out for her. Because these friends have Chase. Alerts that help check, tools that help protect, one bank that puts you in control. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Neither snow-capped mountains nor puddles of water, nor unexpected detours with a 20-foot drainage pipe can stop the ruggedly capable Telluride X Pro from getting you to your dinner reservation on time. Kia, movement that inspires.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me.
War with Hamas. Israel's stepped up military action in Gaza has, of course, had devastating consequences. We want to warn you that some of the video you're about to see is graphic and disturbing. Video obtained by CNN shows doctors today operating on a young man right on the floor of the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in Gaza. The journalist who shot this video told CNN that Israeli artillery shelling, quote, did not stop today. There are U.S. citizens working at many of the hospitals in Gaza. One of those Americans is Suhaila Tarazi. She's been the director of the Ali Arab Hospital in Gaza for 3 decades. Her friend, Father Nicholas Porter, joins me now. Father Porter, thanks for joining us. When was the last time you heard from Ms. Tarazi?
Thanks for letting me join you tonight, Jake. I last spoke with Suhaila on Thursday evening. And
what has she been telling? Go ahead.
Sure, sorry about that. So she has been telling me that she is under constant bombardment. Like many others, she's sheltering in a private home with many other individuals. They are in fear of their life. We know all it takes is one of those precision-guided missiles to miss from one direction or another, and it's the end. She's an older person, and she, along with many other American citizens, is hoping and praying for a way out.
And Dr. Tarazi has been a director of the hospital since the late 1980s. Tell me why she thought it was so important to serve the people there.
So Suhaila has been the director of the Ali Arab Hospital in the Gaza Strip since the 1980s. Frankly, Jake, she is really the Mother Teresa of the Gaza Strip. She has dedicated her life to healing and serving the sick, the poor, really the poorest of the poor. She has given up opportunities to have a family and be married to serve others. For her, this is service to the people and service to her God. Suhaila Tarazi is a Greek Orthodox Christian and is a regular worship at the church just nearby that was also struck by a missile earlier last week.
You were just in Jerusalem when the war broke out. I'm told you traveled through Amman, Jordan, to get back to the U.S. What was that like for you to leave behind friends in the region?
In a word, heartbreaking. These are women and men and younger people that I too have dedicated much of my life to serving and caring for and seeking to give a better future to. When I left early in the morning, I had that sense, Jake, that whatever did end up happening, and we're watching that unfold now, it would never be the same when I come back. It's heartbreaking, like so many others. Trying to cross, it was chaotic. Fortunately, some friends met me on the other side, but many others are not that fortunate, particularly Suhaila and about 600 other Americans in the Gaza Strip. They've been advised by the State Department earlier in the week to go to the Rafah crossing. They went, and nothing happened. The gate never opened.
Yeah.
And, you know, now
we've been advocating for them to get out for a while. Yeah.
And please continue to advocate. They, you know, now that there's very limited communications, it's even harder now to see or even imagine how they're going to be, you know, given the right instructions to exit the country or exit Gaza into freedom in Egypt. You know, it strikes me that we need to hold the State Department accountable in its care for all American citizens. You know, we are all equal under the law, and we are all equal citizens, and just as citizens have been evacuated very promptly from Jerusalem and Israel, so it should be for Gaza.
Absolutely. I'm going to have the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, on State of the Union tomorrow, and I will absolutely ask him about the 500 to 600 American citizens, many of them Palestinian Americans, but others just plain Americans, still stuck in Gaza. You have my word on that, sir. Father Nicholas Porter, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Godspeed, sir.
Thank you, and Godspeed to you.
Much more ahead live here from Tel Aviv, but we're also following the 2024 presidential race, and a major Republican candidate has just suspended his campaign. We're back in a moment. You ready? Is Ukraine going to win this war?
We bring the stories that matter to the masses.
This is a reminder of the violence faces migrants.
These are issues that affect so many people around the world.
Your best defense against erosion and cavities is strong enamel. Nothing beats it. New Pro Enamel Active Shield actively shields the enamel to defend against erosion and cavities. I think that this product is a game changer for my patients. It really works.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
What if we live to 100? I don't want to outlive our money. I keep eating all these chia seeds. I could live to be 100.
We work at Empower. Even if we do live to 100, we don't have to worry.
Not worried.
Take control of your financial future to empower what's next.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro.
John, do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them.
Wow. Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All three on us. Only on Verizon.
Moving forward with node-positive breast cancer is overwhelming, but I never just found my way. I made it, and did all I could to prevent recurrence. Verzenio reduces the risk of recurrence of HR-positive, HER2-negative, node-positive early breast cancer with a high chance of returning, as determined by your doctor when added to hormone therapy. Hormone therapy works outside the cell, while Verzenio works inside to help stop the growth of cancer cells. Diarrhea is common, may be severe, or cause dehydration or infection. At the first sign, call your doctor, start an antidiarrheal, and drink fluids. Before taking Verzenio, tell your doctor about any fever, chills, or other signs of infection. Verzenio may cause low white blood cell counts, which may cause serious infection that can lead to death. Life-threatening lung inflammation can occur. Tell your doctor about any new or worsening trouble breathing, cough, or chest pain. Serious liver problems can happen. Symptoms include fatigue, appetite loss, stomach pain, and bleeding or bruising. Blood clots that can lead to death have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have pain or swelling in your arms or legs, shortness of breath, chest pain, and rapid breathing or heart rate, or if you are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be. I'm making my own way forward. Ask your doctor about everyday Verzenio.
It's easy to get lost in investment research. Introducing JP Morgan Personal Advisors.
Hey, David.
Connect with an advisor to create your personalized plan.
Let's find the right investments for your goals.
Okay, great.
JP Morgan Wealth Management.
Stop! I am a good zombie!
This October, spirits come home to rest all month long.
This place is really haunted. What a weird mystery.
With Hollow Stream on Disney Plus.
We're gonna scare you. Boom.
Home is where the hunt is.
It's time.
Discover crisp morning air. Flavors of the Spice Trail. Peaceful places. Encounters with nature. And so much more. From forest trails to our urban center, West Coast warmth is ready to welcome you. Leave the cold behind. Now is the perfect time to discover Surrey.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, Monday at 6 Eastern.
Closed captioning brought to you by Gilt. Visit Gilt.com today for up to 70% off designer brands.
Gilt has the designers that get your heart racing. At insider prices, new every day. Hurry, they'll be gone in a flash. Designer sales at up to 70% off. Shop Gilt.com today.
Well, as we continue to monitor developments in the Middle East, we are also staying on top of a major political development right here in the U.S. today. Mike Pence announced he is suspending his campaign for the Republican nomination for president. The former vice president made the announcement at the Republican Jewish Coalition Summit in Las Vegas.
Now, I'm leaving this campaign, but let me promise you, I will never leave the fight for conservative values, and I will never stop fighting to elect principled Republican leaders to every office in the land. So help me God.
Let's bring in CNN's Kristen Holmes, who is in Las Vegas. So, in many ways, Kristen, the writing has been on the wall for Mike Pence, right? With his lackluster fundraising, trouble garnering support ahead of the next debate. Talk a little bit about the lane Pence was trying to carve out in this race that ultimately was not successful for him.
Yeah, Pim, I talked to his advisors a number of times when he was entering the race, and they really believed that there was this lane for a Reagan Republican, a traditional conservative Republican who could show up on conservative social values, people who could appeal to people who found the events of January 6th appalling. And one of the things that an advisor said to me tonight was that they just learned that this lane did not exist. And when you talk about the fact that he was not raising the money, he had not yet qualified for the third Republican debate, which is in just 2 weeks, we are told that that was a big part of this. But the other part of this was the fact that he, as you mentioned, he had no lane to go down. He saw the writing on the wall. And what's really significant about this moment is it shows just how far the Republican Party has come. Back in 2016, Mike Pence was put on the ticket to essentially relieve some conservatives who didn't believe that Donald Trump was a true Republican, was a true conservative. He was supposed to be the conservative voice in the White House. And now here we are, 2 turns of the wheel later, 2 cycles later, and there's no room for Mike Pence within the current Republican Party that is really the party of Donald Trump. And I will say Donald Trump spoke about an hour after Pence, did not mention his former running mate dropping out of the race, but he is going to speak again later tonight in Las Vegas. We'll be listening very closely to hear if he does address that.
We sure will. Kristen Holmes, thank you so much. And we turn now to CNN political analyst Essie Cupp. So, Essie, what does it mean for the Republican race now for the White House now that Pence is bowed out?
Well, something like this does tend to shake loose fundraising dollars. It can shake loose some staff, some infrastructure, some resources, some surrogates. So it could have a minimal effect on the race, but the energy is still with Donald Trump. So I'm not sure that is really affected by his dropping out.
Right. I mean, you ask the question, what does this say about the Republican Party? It just reaffirms, right, that this is the party of Trump, right? That his former vice president is dropping out. Do you think that Pence might speak out more now that he is not a candidate as the criminal trials against Donald Trump play out? And might he have an influence on the race from the sidelines now?
No. I mean, as Mike Pence said, it is just not his time. And listen, I've known Mike Pence. I've covered Mike Pence for a very long time. Mike Pence came to Congress in 2000 as a deficit hawk. He was eager to cut spending, but he had missed the Republican Revolution. George W. Bush and House Republicans went on to spend trillions. And he said at that time, I was like the frozen man, frozen before the revolution and thawed out after it. It wasn't his time then either. And it's not his time now, after abandoning his commitment to slash debt and deficits. He went into administration that blew up the debt and the deficit and did all kinds of things that were anathema to the Mike Pence that I had covered and known. So for a lot of fiscal conservatives, he abandoned his principles. And for a lot of MAGA Trump voters, he was seen as traitorous for not, overturning the Democratic election in 2020. So that left no one left for Mike Pence. There are no real other lanes of Republicans for him to get. So this was sort of baked in the day he decided to join Donald Trump on the ticket in 2016.
Do you think this would put more pressure on others to bow out?
Listen, I think there is a desire and a feeling like the field must consolidate if it's going to have any chance of, ousting Donald Trump or taking Trump down from the top spot. And very few people are willing to do that, even though the writing's pretty clear. And they know that they'll have to shrink the field if any of them are going to have a chance. And the energy is really with Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. Everyone below them is real far below. And so it would be a smart thing to do to start shrinking the field.
All right, Essie Cupp, thank you so much. An update now on the deadly mass shooting that killed 18 people in Maine. Authorities say the body of the suspect, 40-year-old Robert Card, was found Friday evening with an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound, ending a 2-day manhunt. Residents of Lewiston say they are relieved. However, victims like Elizabeth Seal, who lost her husband, says she has mixed feelings. Here's what she told CNN through a sign language interpreter earlier today.
I wanted him to be found, apprehended. I wanted to ask questions that will not be answered. Why did you do this? What was the motive? Why would you hurt so many families?
CNN's Shimon Prokupez has this update on what officials in Maine are saying about a possible motive.
Police releasing more information than they have for several days. They say they're able to do that because the suspect in this case is dead, the shooter is dead, and so what they tell us is that they're leaning towards mental health issues as one of the motivations here behind this shooting. They say that the shooter was hearing voices. He believed that people were talking badly about him at these locations that he targeted. They say they also found a note, and in that note, they didn't describe it as a suicide note, but certainly what this shooter talked about and what he was telling family members sort of gave the impression that when this note was found, that the shooter thought that he'd be dead. And in that note, he talked about bank accounts, information for his bank accounts. He talked about his cell phone, the passcode for his cell phone that family members would be able to access. And all of this is happening as law enforcement, the FBI, and other law enforcement officials are continuing to pour over the crime scene, gather evidence. They say that's going to go on for several more days. And then now comes the healing, of course, for these people, for the victims, and the people who live in this community. That is something we're going to start seeing in the next couple of days as vigils all across Maine are planned to give an opportunity for the victims, for the families, and for those who have truly suffered in these neighborhoods to get together and share their memories and share their grief.
Thanks to Shimon Prokopis for that report. Tonight, the Israel Defense Forces are now saying that they're aware of 230 hostages held by Hamas. That's one up from 229, 230. A man desperately waiting for word on his wife and daughter who were kidnapped will join us ahead as our breaking news coverage live from Israel continues.
I thought we had a plan for Dad. He was set to go to the senior living community right by my house. Then a friend suggested I talk to a place for Mom. They really opened my eyes. My advisor listened and understood his needs and showed us options that were still nearby, but a better fit for Dad. Now he's in a warm, engaging community with a big group of friends. I know we made the better choice.
For free senior living advice, go to aplaceformom.com.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products.
It truly works miracles. The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to eucora.com to learn more.
Explore the world the Viking way. From the quiet comfort of elegant small ships with no children and no casinos. We actually have reinvented ocean voyages, designing all-inclusive experiences for the thinking person. Viking, voted world's best by both Travel and Leisure and Condé Nast Traveler. Learn more at viking.com.
Don't mind me. I'm just the flu. I'm quite harmless, really. And when people ask, but aren't you linked to dangerous flu complications like pneumonia, heart attack, and hospitalizations, I just say, but I'm just the flu. It's him. Who? I'm just the flu.
Fight the flu with higher dose flu vaccines from Sanofi. They're proven to provide better flu protection than standard dose flu shots in older adults. They've even been shown to better protect against flu-related complications.
Don't get Fluzone high-dose quadrivalent if you've had a severe allergic reaction to its components, including egg products, or after previous dose of flu vaccine. Don't get Flublok quadrivalent if you've had a severe allergic reaction to its components. Tell your healthcare professional if you've had severe muscle weakness after a flu shot. People with weakened immune systems may have a lower vaccine response.
Demand more from your flu shot. To get a Sanofi vaccine, make sure to ask for it by name. Schedule your Sanofi flu shot, available at these preferred national pharmacies.
Ever notice how stiff clothes can feel rough on your skin? For softer clothes that are gentle on your skin, try Downy Free and Gentle. Downy will soften your clothes without dyes or perfumes. The towel wash with Downy is softer and gentler on your skin. Try Downy Free and Gentle.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, and I saved hundreds. With the money I saved, I started a dog walking business. I was a bit nervous at first, but then I figured, it's just walking, right? Oh. No, it's just funny! Calm down, Taco. That's just... Sesame, no! Walter, don't! No, you're lucky you're so cute. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Businesses need 5G solutions today. That's why they choose T-Mobile for Business. Las Vegas Grand Prix chose T-Mobile to help power operations for one of the world's largest racing events. MLB partners with T-Mobile to advance how the game is played. And T-Mobile's network helps AAA stay connected nationwide to get their members back on the road. Now's the time to see what America's largest and fastest 5G network can do for your business.
Kids across America are going to school hungry. Millions of kids every day. But one simple thing can help change all of this for a hungry child in America. Good healthy food and the energy it brings. With help from caring people across America, No Kid Hungry is providing healthy meals and hope to hungry kids so they can build better futures. To learn more about ending child hunger in America, go to helpnokidhungry.org today.
Moshe Leinberg last spoke to his family on the morning of October 7th when his 17-year-old daughter, Mia, called to check on his safety shortly after the Hamas rockets attacks began. His wife, Gabriella, and their daughter and their dog were visiting family at kibbutz near Yitzchak, a trip that he would have been on if he didn't have the flu. And that call, that was the last time he heard from his wife and daughter. He later learned that their phones, along with the phones of 3 other relatives, were traced back to Gaza. And Moshe Leinberg joins me now here on set. And Moshe, first of all, I'm so sorry that we're talking under these circumstances. 21 days, horrible. I know some of the families that have kidnapped family members, beloved family members in Gaza are feeling very anxious right now as the military campaign enters its second phase. And I'm wondering how you are feeling. Are you worried? Do you wish that the ground campaign were not happening? What's going through your mind?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to tell my family story. As far as my feelings go, I usually don't like to discuss that because the way I see it, I'm not the story here. I'm not part of the story. But that having been said, I will say that, of course, like all the other families, I'm just as apprehensive. And I try to keep myself busy because this is not something that's within my purview. I have no control over it, and I just have to deal.
Yeah.
So, of course, you can't not be apprehensive in a situation like this.
So I'm told this is not what you normally look like. You shaved your head recently.
Yes.
Obviously, we're showing pictures of your beloved wife, Gabriella, and your beloved daughter, 17-year-old Mia. Why did you shave your head?
Well, Mia she's got, as you can see from the pictures, a very lustrous kind of brown hair, and she's very proud of it, and she's very sensitive about it. And one of my fears is that sometimes in these situations, the captors shave the captives' heads. And I know that if that happens to my daughter, she'll take it very hard. It will be very difficult for her. So this is my joining her when she comes home and saying, look, we'll regrow our hair together.
You shared a video of your sweet daughter playing with your dog.
Yeah.
Which we're rolling that now. What do you want people to know about Gabriella and Mia?
Well, first of all, thank you for that question because it's a very important one. It's very important that the audience knows that we're talking about human beings here. We're not talking about numbers. We're not talking about statistics. We're talking about actual human beings, and they have a very big effect on their surroundings. So it's not just the families or even their friends at school, but it's society in general. And it ripples outwards. Somebody always knows somebody who knows somebody, and it affects everybody. Now, my wife, she works with young adults, young autistic adults, and they miss her dearly. And it affects them in horrible ways because for them, a blow like that is very difficult to cope with. There was a little clip put out by the parents of some of these young adults that was where they talk to them and you see the reactions. And you see my wife works with both Israeli Jews and Israeli Arabs, and all of them had representatives who spoke in this video. And there was a local newspaper article where they discussed this, and there was a mother whose daughter was formerly associated with my wife. And when the daughter found out, she started crying hysterically, and they couldn't calm her down for the better part of 48 hours. So this ripples outwards. My daughter, she has classmates who are completely shattered.
Yeah.
I had to go to the school and have them come to my house and talk to them and tell them certain aspects of the situation that we know that give, I can't say a positive light, but it's not all doom and gloom. Like when the house was investigated by the military authorities, there were no traces of blood or violence other than like a ransacking of the house. So they went without injuries apparently. So that's a very positive and upbeat sign that I like to spread outwards. My daughter, the kids in her class love her. There's a young woman, there's a video that the school made, and she talks on that video, and she says in English very beautifully that Mia will have a day where she's depressed or sad, and if she has a friend who's also not having the best of days, she'll go and console them. So she's a very giving and loving child. When I went to have my hair cut, and I spoke to the barber, Mia has a part-time job in a stationery store not far from where we live, and he said, my God, I was just in that stationery store a couple of days ago. I had to get my toner replaced, and she went and she ran all over the place, all over the store looking for the toner that he needed, and she got it for him. So she touches everybody. She talks to the neighbors, and she tells them how proud she is of one achievement or another. She's taking driving lessons now, and about her job, and I hear them, they all say to me, she was just talking to me the other day about this, that, and she's such a wonderful child. She takes the dog out for walks regularly, which is not simple with kids that age.
No, I know. I have teenagers of my own. It's not necessarily easy to get them to do that.
But she does.
And I know that they were visiting your
sister-in-law.
Your sister-in-law,
Yes.
and you have other family members that are missing.
Yeah, they were visiting my sister-in-law on kibbutz Nir Yitzchak, which is about 3 kilometers from the border with Gaza. They were there after a family event in Beersheba, which is further away, and on Friday, instead of driving back and forth the same day, my wife wanted to rest up and spend time with her siblings. So they went to the kibbutz, and they met with my sister-in-law was also at the same event. They were there with my sister-in-law and her life partner and my brother-in-law. So the 5 of them, and they're all, by the way, Argentinian citizens, they were all taken. All of them, and the dog was with them, and we're still looking for her.
All right, Moshe, stay in touch, and obviously, I hope they're all back in your arms soon.
Thank you so much.
And, it's just not fair. None of this is fair. None of it's fair.
If I can say another word or two, it's random. I was supposed to be with them. I had the flu, so I had to stay home, and I couldn't even take care of the dog, so that's why they took her. This can happen to anybody at any time, any place on the planet, under different local circumstances, but it can still happen. People need to understand that. This is several times the magnitude of other events. I don't want to make comparisons, but again, it can happen. This is part of our reality now. So I think it's important that the audience understands that. And the last thing I would like to say, with your kind permission, is that I would like to express my personal gratitude to the President for all of his assistance.
President of the United States?
Yes.
President Biden.
President Biden.
Okay, that's okay.
Sorry.
He's not your president, he's ours.
No.
It's okay.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be right back.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
The first time you connected your GoDaddy website and your store was also the first time you realized.
Well, we can do anything. Cheesecake cookies? The Chookie!
Manage all your sales from one place with a partner that always puts you first. Start today at GoDaddy.com.
Your best defense against erosion and cavities is strong enamel. Nothing beats it. New Pro Enamel Active Shield actively shields the enamel to defend against erosion and cavities. I think that this product is a game changer for my patients. It really works.
Numbers move you, but some can stop you in your tracks, like the tens of thousands of people who were diagnosed with certain HPV-related cancers. For most people, HPV clears on its own, but for those who don't clear the virus, it can cause certain cancers. Gardasil 9 is a vaccine given to adults through age 45 that can help protect against certain diseases caused by HPV, including cervical, vaginal, vulvar, anal, and certain head and neck cancers, such as throat and back of mouth cancers and genital warts. Gardasil 9 doesn't protect everyone and does not treat cancer or HPV infection. Your doctor may recommend screening for certain HPV-related cancers. Women still need routine cervical cancer screenings. You shouldn't get Gardasil 9 if you've had an allergic reaction to the vaccine, its ingredients, or are allergic to yeast. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system, are pregnant, or plan to be. The most common side effects include injection site reactions, headache, fever, nausea, dizziness, tiredness, diarrhea, abdominal pain, and sore throat. Fainting can also happen. Help protect what counts. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about Gardasil 9.
Got this. Let's go. Gobble, gobble. I seen bigger legs on a turkey. Rude. Who are you? I'm an investor in a fund that helps advance innovative sports tech. Like this smart fitness mirror. I'm also Mr. Leg Day 1989.
Anyone can become an agent of innovation with Invesco QQQ, a fund that gives you access to NASDAQ 100 innovations.
I go through a lot of pains.
Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risk, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Pro-level performance at work and at home. Right now, save $20 on the VGA 57 battery blower. Real steel. Find yours.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
The Keepsake Frames app makes it ridiculously easy to frame your favorite photos. Just choose a photo that you love, select the perfect frame, and you'll have your framed print delivered and ready to hang. Download the free Keepsake Frames app and start framing today.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
If you have ugly yellow toe fungus, let me tell you about the secret 2-minute trick that I found for my husband. Thousands of people are using it to get rid of their toe fungus. It's called Crystal Flush. It works from the inside and the outside. I mean, he tried everything. Nothing helped. His toes were nasty. Crystal Flush is the only thing that's worked. In just a few weeks, his toes looked amazing. You guys need to try this. I'm telling you, this stuff is different. And you can try it risk-free. You have nothing to lose. Go check it out now. Go to crystalflush.com.
I'm Jim Shudo in northern Israel, and this is CNN.
Welcome back. Despite most communications being cut off seemingly intentionally by the IDF, we've tried to keep in contact with some people stuck in Gaza, Americans mostly. Aboud Okal is one of them. He's an American from Massachusetts. He was visiting Gaza with his wife and their 1-year-old son. He started in northern Gaza, and he went to the south. The Israelis told everyone to go to the south near the Rafah border crossing. We stayed in touch with him. He sent us a voice memo just today, just hours after Israel began launching the heavy airstrikes into Gaza.
Last night was the hardest we've experienced so far. It's been a mix of sounds all night, between airstrikes, explosions, and probably the most noticeable and scariest of all is the sound of missile whistles that you could hear flying over the house. And as my wife Wafa mentioned yesterday in her update, that fear controls us, and no matter how strong one can be. The last news we saw before the blackout last night was footage of what's basically carpet bombing at night, and the sky has been lit up with red and orange colors from the intensity of these bombings. Then basically all telecoms and internet was lost completely. So no news since that moment, and we actually went to sleep not knowing we would wake up in the morning or not, given the last footage that we saw.
Another clip from Aboud, and when you listen to this one, think about how you and your family might have slept last night.
We tried to go to sleep last night, but we actually didn't get much of it. The four of us, Wafa, my wife, Yusuf, our son, and the newest family member that we took in, Milk, the kitten. We all huddled together so close so that In case something happens unpredicted, we would all at least face the same fate. We would stay together or basically be gone together.
We're going to continue to follow Abood Okol's story, and behind the scenes we are doing everything we can to get him and his family out. Coming up next, how the Israeli government explains another night of bombardment in Gaza and Netanyahu's claim that the next phase of this war will be long. Stay with us.
Tomorrow, Anderson Cooper reports on the brutal attack on kibbutz near Oz.
You can tell gunmen tried to pry this door open.
And the heartbreaking stories of the survivors and the missing.
I'm devastated.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tomorrow at 10 on CNN.
Stay 2 nights and get 5,000 bonus points. Book direct at bestwestern.com.
I've got home internet from T-Mobile. It only costs $50 at T-Mobile. They won't raise your rates at T-Mobile. You'll get a great deal every day.
After Advil.
Feeling better?
On top of the world!
Before Advil. Advil targets pain at the source of inflammation. When pain comes for you, come back fast with Advil liquid gels.
When I was diagnosed with HIV, I didn't know who I would be.
But here I am,
Being me.
Keep being you and ask your healthcare provider about the #1 prescribed HIV treatment, Biktarvy.
Biktarvy is a complete one-pill, once-a-day treatment used for HIV in many people, whether you're 18 or 80. With one small pill, Biktarvy fights HIV to help you get to undetectable and stay there, whether you're just starting or replacing your current treatment. Research shows that taking HIV treatment as prescribed and getting to and staying undetectable prevents transmitting HIV through sex. Serious side effects can occur, including kidney problems and kidney failure. Rare, life-threatening side effects include a buildup of lactic acid and liver problems. Do not take Biktarvy if you take tofetilide or rifampin. Tell your healthcare provider about all the medicines and supplements you take. If you are pregnant or breastfeeding, or if you have kidney or liver problems, including hepatitis. If you have hepatitis B, do not stop taking Biktarvy without talking to your healthcare provider. Common side effects are diarrhea, nausea, and headache.
No matter where life takes you, Biktarvy can go with you. Talk to your healthcare provider today.
Don't let student loan debt hold you back.
Refi at SoFi.com. You could save thousands and get to your goals faster. SoFi, get your money right.
Meet the traveling trio, each helping to protect their money with Chase. Tools that help protect. Alerts that help check. One bank that puts you in control. Chase, make more of what's yours.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein. 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, 25 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients for immune health.
You want to see a trick?
Sure.
I can make anything you want appear on that TV.
Superheroes.
Superheroes.
Well, cute animals.
Cute animals.
Wizards.
Wizards. Would you like my trick?
I saw the remote.
With you, keeping the whole family entertained. Search endless content with the magical Ignite TV voice remote. Rogers, with you all the way.
They put food on our tables, care for our loved ones, and help build our communities. Canada needs over 400,000 migrant workers to fill employment gaps and sustain our growing economy. Mosaic BC's Migrant Workers Program provides support services to migrant workers, but more needs to be done. Like many others, migrant workers also lost their jobs during the BC wildfires. Emergency funding is required to support worker needs. Help give back to these workers who give so much to Canada. Donate today at mosaicbc.org.
I'm Manuraja on Capitol Hill, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Page Publishing. Want to publish a book? We'll review your manuscript for free.
If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call 800-563-0741. This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome back to CNN Newsroom. I'm Jake Tapper. It is 2 a.m. here in Israel and in Gaza. I'm looking out over Tel Aviv. It's been 22 days since the horrific terrorist attacks by Hamas caught this country, Israel, and frankly much of the world by surprise. Tonight, a new phase of the war against Hamas rages. Listen to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier this evening.
The war inside Gaza is going to be long. This is our second independence war. We're going to save our country. We're going to fight in the air, ground, and sea.
And I'm Pamela Brown in Washington. We're also following breaking news back in the United States. This hour, though, we bring you the harrowing personal stories of war, a mounting death toll, and increasingly unsurvivable conditions in Gaza, and what we know about Israel's military plans, including new reporting on which Hamas leaders Israel says have already been eliminated.
But first, we're going to start with the massive ground operation in Gaza. CNN's Nick Robertson is live for us in Sderot, Israel. Nick, you've witnessed an eruption of activity, literally, where you are near Israel and Gaza tonight.
Yeah, Jake, and the cacophony into the night really continues. There's artillery fire, helicopter, gunships. We just had a couple of tank rounds out going from close to here. Missile strikes and other missiles that we frankly haven't really seen fired here before, zipping across through the skyline and into Gaza. So intense. It continues. We got a chance earlier on in the day, though, to get out and try to see exactly what these troops who are on the ground now, close to the line of Gaza and those going inside, to try to see exactly what they were doing. Racing along the border with Gaza, Israeli Merkava tanks, an incursion force on the move. Part of the IDF's intensification of operations preparing the way for an expected large-scale ground offensive. That dirt track down there where you can see the dust coming up, that's the road that runs along the Israeli side of the border. We've been able to hear intense gunfire from the IDF shooting into Gaza. Tank rounds as well, fired from there, right into Gaza. Machine gun fire erupts as unseen soldiers battle for control of the fields that separate the border from the crowded Gaza towns. Inside the towns, smoke rising from intensified strikes, where the IDF says Hamas hides in underground tunnels and among civilians. Israel's defense minister announcing a new phase in the war.
Last night, the ground in Gaza shook. We attacked terror operatives of all ranks in every location.
The tempo of battle rising noticeably Friday night. Power, phone and internet services cut in the north of the densely populated Palestinian enclave. Hospitals already short of medicine, water and other essentials, at times appearing overrun with casualties. On Saturday, in apparent desperation, with deteriorating humanitarian conditions, some Gazans stormed a UN compound, looting food.
People in Gaza are dying. They are not only dying from bombs and strike. Soon, many more will die from the consequences of siege imposed on the Gaza Strip.
With nightfall Saturday, the IDF keeping up the pressure on Hamas. The pace of strikes unrelenting as the ground offensive continues. Israel's Prime Minister promising more to come.
The war in Gaza will be long. We are going to fight in the air, ground and sea. We are going to fight and win.
So far, only a tiny fraction of Israel's fighting force of more than 500,000 troops have crossed the battle lines into Gaza. What comes next could ignite tensions way beyond Israel's borders. And here we are out deep into the night, and we can still hear those tanks along the borderline there maneuvering, machine gun fire as well. Not clear if it's those tanks that are firing the machine guns, but very clear there are intense on-the-ground military operations underway, building up, this sort of build-up to a greater incursion, very much underway here, Jake.
All right, Nick Robertson, thank you so much. There are around 1 million children in Gaza facing a situation the leader of UNICEF says is, quote, horrific. UNICEF is demanding a humanitarian ceasefire and unconditional release of the hostages that Hamas seized on October 7th. And in recent hours, Executive Director Catherine Russell said that UNICEF has only been able to get in touch with a handful of UNICEF's humanitarian staff in Gaza due to the communications blackout. I'm joined now by Ricardo Perez, UNICEF spokesman. Mr. Perez, thank you so much for speaking with us. How many staff members does UNICEF have in Gaza, and how often are you able to even speak with them?
Thanks for having me, Jake. We have several dozen, and right now it's very difficult to get in touch with them. We've, as you mentioned, spoken to a few, but many more are not reachable at this point. We're very concerned about their safety, and we wish we can get in touch with them soon, but right now landlines, cellular, and internet services were cut off, so we're unable to do that. And the main telecommunication tower in Gaza has reportedly been struck. So it's a very difficult situation. We haven't heard from most of our staff. We are concerned, and we're trying to reach out to them.
So there are about 2.3 million people in Gaza. About half of them, roughly half of them, are 18 or under. Talk about the scope of the crisis for children in Gaza, what they're enduring right now, and what is the scope of the need for aid, for humanitarian aid to get into Gaza?
The needs are immense. Right now, we have hundreds of thousands of children who have been enduring over 20 days of a relentless nightmare. The situation in Gaza is horrific. We need a humanitarian ceasefire because, children are on the move with no safe place to stay, running out of water, food, medication. They're not able to access health services. And let's not forget, as you mentioned, half of the population in Gaza is of children. It's one of the mostly densely populated areas on the planet. Children have no safe place to stay. We've heard already that nearly 3,000 children have reportedly been killed since the beginning of this conflict. Many thousands more have been injured. That's an average of nearly 400 a day children killed or injured reportedly since 7th of October. The situation is catastrophic. It's horrific. It's desperate for these children, and we need that ceasefire to hold.
I just want to point out for our viewers that there are questions that normally I would ask about conditions in Gaza and the situation with Hamas that I'm not going to ask, because you do charitable work and you do important humanitarian work, and I don't want your workers to be subjected to any politics or anything like that I might be curious about. So just for anybody wondering why I'm not asking it, that's why I'm not asking it. What are the long-term risks that these children might face if this conflict stretches on, as is anticipated, for weeks or for months?
The consequences are very dire, Jake. Let's just mention a figure here. Before this conflict started, an estimated 800,000 children were in need of mental health support because of anxiety or depression or ongoing trauma. That was before October the 7th. So imagine now what conditions these children are going to be. How are they going to be able to process everything that is happening? They might have seen their houses being destroyed, their parents gone. They might be alone, scared, displaced, without a safe place to stay. And that's just one aspect of the long-term impact that this conflict can have. We're talking about infrastructure being destroyed. Children no longer have schools. They're now hiding in schools instead of going to school to learn and thrive. So the long-term impacts are right now difficult to calculate, but certainly they will be very severe.
Is any aid at all getting to UNICEF teams in Gaza? Any at all?
Well, UNICEF managed to get 14 trucks through the Rafah channel, the corridors. It's open, but right now, because of the escalation of the conflict, it's very hard to get more through. Whatever got through is not enough. It's a drop in the ocean. We need a lot more, and it needs to continue. So that's why, once again, we call for this humanitarian ceasefire so we can get our supplies through with our UN partners and other organizations, and also get our humanitarians workers on the ground to support the distribution of these supplies and the logistics. For that, we also need telecommunication back.
And lastly, what are the needs facing children in Israel who survived the October 7th attacks and maybe lost family in the attacks or maybe experienced trauma?
Well, I think they're in urgent need of mental health support. What they've seen and gone through is traumatizing, and even for those who were not directly part of that or haven't had family members involved, but just the atmosphere of fear and concern across the border and whatever is happening there and the intensity of what's happening surely affects them too. It disrupts their lives. So we're also very concerned about them. For UNICEF, a child is a child, no matter where they come from. And we hope that they're getting the support they so desperately need.
Ricardo Perez, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time today. And obviously people know where to go if they want to help contribute to UNICEF. Another live look at Gaza right now. We can hear even more strikes going on this evening. At times, they've been followed by flames. Coming up next, we're going to take you on the ground in Gaza, see the aftermath of those strikes after they hit.
We are seeing something that we have not seen yet ever in American history. A speaker pushed out. It's the biggest FU to Republican voters I've ever seen.
Things are very heated right now, very emotional.
Will this ever be over?
Minutes from now, there could be a new House Speaker.
Mike Johnson, the new Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, just elected.
Republicans say we are finally ready to move ahead and put aside the ugly chapter.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people like Sam who make
Everyday products designed smarter. Like a smart coffee grinder
that orders fresh beans for you.
Oh, genius! For more breakthroughs like that,
I need a breakthrough card.
Like ours, with 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more.
Plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases.
And with greater spending potential, Sam can keep making smart ideas.
A brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card from Chase for Business. Make more what's yours.
Teeth sensitivity is so common. It immediately feels like somebody's poking directly on the nerve. I recommend Sensodyne. Sensodyne toothpaste goes inside the tooth and calms the nerve down. And my patients say, you know, doc, it really works.
Businesses need 5G solutions today. That's why they choose T-Mobile for Business. Las Vegas Grand Prix chose T-Mobile to help power operations for one of the world's largest racing events. MLB partners with T-Mobile to advance how the game is played. And T-Mobile's network helps AAA stay connected nationwide to get their members back on the road. Now's the time to see what America's largest and fastest 5G network can do for your business.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education, crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Tourists. Tourists that turn into scientists. Tourists photographing thousands of miles of remote coral reefs that can be analyzed by AI in real time. So researchers can identify which areas are at risk and help life underwater flourish.
Innovation transforms the world, turning the status quo upside down.
innovation created a healthcare system that not only improves the lives of veterans, it transforms the lives of healthcare professionals with unique opportunities to work with industry thought leaders while serving our nation's heroes. The Department of Veterans Affairs, where innovation ensures those who served our nation are served by the very best. See how a career at VA can transform your future.
Well, in the last 24 hours, several pro-Palestinian protests have taken place around the world. In Rome, Italy, thousands marched in front of the Colosseum, carrying the Palestinian flag, chanting "Free Palestine." Thousands more walked the streets in Berlin, Germany, and London, calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. Demonstrations were also seen in Istanbul, where Turkey's president told the crowd that they should leave the rally, quote, with the determination to never allow new Gazas to arise. But the reality is, much of the world can only watch and wait to see when and how this brutal war between Israel and Hamas will end. Meanwhile, many innocent Palestinians are living a true nightmare right now in Gaza. CNN's Nana Bashir shows us the thousands of displaced Palestinians who are taking refuge in a hospital, one that the Israeli Defense Forces claim is a Hamas command center. We want to warn you that the video in this report is graphic and may be upsetting to watch.
A flash of light over the chilling, imposed darkness that engulfs Gaza every night. A glaring promise of more death and destruction. The ongoing siege and a communications blackout plunging Gaza into eerie silence. What little video has emerged so far paints a picture of the devastation wrought by Israel's relentless bombardment. Scenes of incomprehensible loss. Shrouded bodies, the latest amongst thousands of victims. Israel says it is targeting Hamas, now also expanding its ground operations. A retaliation, they say, to the Hamas terror attacks of October 7th, which left at least 1,400 dead and more than 200 others held hostage inside Gaza. But in the besieged strip of land, the number of Palestinians killed also rises with each and every airstrike. The situation here is dire. Our homes were destroyed in the airstrikes. 6 of our family members were killed. What can we do? We are all living through this. This was the scene on Friday at the El Shifa hospital, the largest in Gaza. Now, not only a lifeline to thousands of patients, but a sanctuary to tens of thousands, including children, displaced by the war. We're not even asking for food. We're not asking for water. We're asking for safety, for security. Our men, women, our children, they've all been killed. Many have come in the hope that hospitals will remain a safe haven. But this safe haven is now being characterized by Israel with no verifiable evidence as a potential target.
The red buildings, as I mentioned, are buildings that Hamas is using.
It is a claim rejected by Palestinian officials in Gaza, who accuse Israel of falsifying intelligence and say the hospital is only used to treat patients. But the consequence of such allegations is feared by many. Any suggestion that this hospital could be viewed as a legitimate target by Israel, for doctors who know the hospital well, is a warning of unimaginable bloodshed.
I've been walking in all parts of Shifa. In the basement, in the different clinics, in the different buildings. I've been there night and day, peacetime, wartime, all over. I have never seen anything that could look like or function as some command center.
On and on, Israel's airstrikes lay waste to this already ravaged enclave. Artillery shelling now adding to the devastation. The people of Gaza, gripped by a constant cycle of mourning, still struggling to comprehend this endless nightmare. Death now woven into the very fabric of their lives. Nada Bashir, CNN, in Amman, Jordan.
Nada Bashir, thank you so much for that report.
Soldiers with the Israel Defense Forces are among the hundreds missing after Hamas's surprise terrorist attack on October 7th, including 18-year-old Tamir Nimrodi. Tamir was kidnapped from a base near the Gaza border. And Tamir's father, Alon Nimrodi, joins us now live. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. First of all, I'm so sorry that we're meeting under these circumstances. How are you and your family doing?
Not a good shape.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult thing to have in the middle of their life. We didn't thought that it could happen to us. We don't have days, we don't have nights.
It's just all one big blur.
Yeah.
Yeah. And one of the things that must be odd is, I know in the rest of the world they distinguish between civilians and military, but in a country like Israel, where there's conscription and everybody has to serve in the military, I mean, some people make careers of the military, and I understand that, but Tamir was, how old is he?
19, almost 19.
Yeah, I mean, you have to serve in the military.
Fresh soldier.
Yeah, so I mean, yes, he's in the military, but he didn't really have a choice.
No, he didn't have a choice. Tamir was staying in the military base near the Gaza border, and his unit helps the civilians in Gaza. His units give insurance and license to the Gaza people to work in Israel, to humanitarian things, to come to hospitals in Israel, and he volunteered to do that day.
Because he wanted to help
the
Palestinian people.
He wanted to help the Palestinians and to his friend that wanted to be at home at that Saturday.
Oh, he
volunteered to do that shift.
Oh, somebody wanted to be.
Yeah.
Oh, and he was substituting for them.
Yeah.
Wow. What do you want people to know about Tamir?
Tamir is he had a great heart. He liked to help everybody, his friends, his family. Very smart boy.
Yeah.
It's not because I'm his father, but he's a very smart boy. He wanted to be there and to help and to do something good in the army. He liked it very much.
You saw video of Tamir being kidnapped, being dragged into Gaza. What was that like?
Terrible. My smallest, my youngest daughter saw it at
how old is she?
14. At 4 p.m. And she was terrifying.
Yeah.
She said Tamir kidnapped, and it was a terrible things to see. He was terrifying. His eyes was in shock. But he went to Gaza with his two friends on his feet. We saw him crossing the border on his feet in a good health. He looks in a good health, but we don't know now what is going on with him or with all the rest.
Are you worried because now the Netanyahu this evening announced that the IDF is beginning phase 2 of this war, the ground campaign? I know there are families with loved ones that have been kidnapped by Hamas. I know there are families that are worried and didn't want this to start because they're worried about the hostages. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm very worried because I think that it's not good for us right now. We have more than 200 hostages in Gaza. Babies, kids, youth, adults, grandmothers, grandfathers, soldiers. And we want them all come back home. We have more than 6,000 prisoners here in Israeli prisons, Palestinian, Hamas prisoners. We must do the transaction now, right now.
Trade them.
Trade now.
Yeah.
ASAP.
Yeah.
Don't do any move right now. Do the trade.
Yeah.
There is a huge humanitarian problem now with our people that stays in Gaza, in the halls or I don't know where, and nobody take care of them.
If you could talk to the people who have your son right now, what would you say to them?
Send them free. They want to be free. They helped you. They didn't harm you. Send them free.
When President Biden was here a few days ago, he said that he had warned Netanyahu and the cabinet that after 9/11, we made some mistakes in the United States, and part of that was being consumed with rage.
Yeah.
Do you worry that maybe Israel is acting and sometimes out of rage instead of being strategic and smart? Does that concern you?
I think so.
The rage is understandable. The rage is...
I'm a regular person, but I think that we should calm down for a bit to think and to do the right action, to bring them all back, and to think about the next strategy at Gaza. That's what I think.
Alon, I hope they bring Tamir back. I hope they bring him back soon. I really hope they bring him back soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your story.
Thank you very much.
We'll be right back.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
This is a keepsake frame. This is actually a photo from my wedding. I'm Adam Weiss, founder and CEO of Keepsake, the mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep. You just choose a photo that you love, you can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days, you're going to receive your photo in a beautiful, handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you.
Stay 2 nights and get 5,000 bonus points. Book direct at bestwestern.com.
Did you ever stress about us having 3 kids?
No. It was always part of the plan.
3 kids? This was never part of the plan. These kids order the lobster mac and cheese. What if she wants to play golf? We're gonna have to outlaw golf. Absolutely no golf in this house. Not under my roof. Since we started working with Empower, all of our financial questions have been answered, so we don't have to worry.
So you never...
Nope, always part of the plan.
Join 18 million Americans who've taken control of their financial future and empower what's next. Get started today at empower.com.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora. Eucora makes proactive urinary tract supplements.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora. Eucora saved my life.
Try today at eucora.com.
Meet the Jennifers. Gen X, Gen Y, and Gen Z. Each planning their future through the Chase mobile app. Gen X is planning a summer in Portugal with some help from JP Morgan Wealth Plan. Let's go, Whiskers. Gen Y is working with a banker to budget for her birthday. We only turned 30 once. And Gen Z, her credit's golden. Hello, new apartment. 3 gens getting ahead with Chase. Solutions that grow with you. One bank for now, for later, for life. Chase, make more of what's yours.
We're both grateful and humbled by the generosity of the ALS Society of BC and the provincial government who provided the resources to allow UBC to recruit someone with the international stature of Professor Pioro.
I'm honored to take the lead for Project Hope. We will work diligently to create opportunities for persons living with ALS to have access to clinical trials. Our goal for ALS research at UBC is to become a leader.
On behalf of people living with ALS in BC, thank you.
Discover the fine art of relaxation and rejuvenation. The perfect place to watch the world go by. Big waves, big smiles. There's always something to do. Just 10 minutes from downtown Victoria. Come for a day, a week, or forever. Come and play in Oak Bay, Victoria's seaside destination.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, Monday at 6 Eastern.
It began as a celebration of peace and music, and it ended in horror. For some women at the Nova Music Festival, there were moments where death would have been preferable to being captured by Hamas. And for those who managed to escape, survival came with trauma after witnessing the unthinkable. I spoke with one of the women who survived, and I bring you her story now with the warning: much of what you're about to hear is quite disturbing.
This was not a military target. The revelers here, not combatants. And yet, without warning, Hamas terrorists turned the Nova Music Festival into one of the most brutal and bloody scenes of a new war. It doesn't make sense that they came with that number of weapons to use against civilians. It just doesn't make sense, says Lital Abraham. No one knew what to do. The news reported an army of terrorists had crossed into Israel, so Lital and her friends ran to their cars, but then they got a call warning them that out on the roads, everyone was getting shot. So Lital and her friends stopped the car and ran inside a camper. And for 8 hours, they stayed in there, in total silence. The door locked. 6 on the floor, Lital and her friend flat on the bed. Terrorists banged on the windows. One poured a chemical on the camper and tried to set it on fire. They feared machine gun spray, but only twice did a Hamas terrorist fire into the camper, one time leaving bullet holes in the AC unit. The scariest moment, Lital says, is when terrorists tried to unhitch the camper from their car and tow it away. If they had gotten in the car and taken the RV to Gaza, were you going to do anything? Lital says, as a girl, the worst thing that can happen is worse than dying is being taken to Gaza. We were all thinking about it, she says, that if they towed the caravan, we would all jump out, create a lot of chaos, because we prefer to die than to be taken as hostages. Inside, until their phones died, they sent desperate text messages to their families. You don't understand how many terrorists there are, Lital told her father. They are here, 4 hours into the attack. Where are all the forces, she asked. She said her family's connection to top military brass was little help. Her dad relayed their message from a former higher-up in the Israeli Defense Forces who, quote, said the centers where the terrorists are located are in the settlements and not the open fields where you are. He said to be calm, 1 hour or 2 until the army would come. Lital knew then that the Israeli Defense Forces knew nothing. Lital feared she would never again see her 1-year-old son. But the army did eventually show up, and after 8 hours hiding in terror, Lital and her friends emerged from the caravan to see piles of bodies. More than 260 innocents at the Nova Music Festival were killed that day. She realized how fortunate she had been. I prayed really hard that God wouldn't leave my boy without his mother, she told us. He's so small. Many people who prayed weren't that lucky. Lital said the distance they ran from the caravan to the soldiers, which was about 300 meters, there were piles of bodies. Then they started driving on the road. Hundreds, hundreds, hundreds. She has no way to describe. Bodies were blocking the road. Then she got back home. She saw on the news that there were at least 100 murders. She looked at her mom and said to her, there are at least 1,000. And her mom said that was not possible. You've never seen a dead body before. You have post-trauma. And Lital said, no, I know what I saw. And Lital was right. One of the most difficult parts is returning home and seeing a lot of people who are missing. And you saw them there, dead. And you can't tell their families because it's not your place. It was never ending, Vital tells us. It's still not finished. We're still in it. Maybe it's jarring to some people, she says, the comparison of this situation to the Holocaust. It was also jarring to me at the beginning. But the moment that I felt and I heard and I saw the world's denial of what happened, I understood why they're comparing it to the Holocaust.
Vital is home with her baby boy now, but her husband's not home. He's in the reserves. He's off defending Israel. As we hear the blasts hitting Gaza tonight, the Israeli military says one of those strikes last night took out several high-ranking Hamas commanders. How that might impact the leadership of the terror group. That's next.
Tomorrow, Anderson Cooper reports on the brutal attack on kibbutz near Oz. You can tell gunmen tried to pry this door open, and the heartbreaking stories of the survivors and the missing.
I'm devastated.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tomorrow at 10 on CNN.
JP Morgan Wealth Management knows it's easy to get lost in investment research. Get help with JP Morgan Personal Advisors.
Hey David, ready to get started?
Work with advisors who create a plan with you and help you find the right investments.
So great getting to know you. Let's take a look at your new investment plan.
Okay, great.
This should have you moving in the right direction.
Thanks, Jen.
Get ongoing advice and manage your investments in the Chase mobile app.
It's easy to think that all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different how? You sell high commission investment products, right?
Nope, Fisher avoids them.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Never at Fisher Investments.
Okay, then you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we structure our fees so we do better when clients do better. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Doug. And Doug says you can customize and save hundreds on car insurance with Liberty Mutual. He hits his mark center stage and is crushed by a baby grand piano. Are you replacing me? With this guy? Customize and save with Liberty Bibbity. He doesn't even have a mustache.
Oh, look at Bee-Boo.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Don't let student loan debt hold you back. Refi at SoFi.com. You could save thousands and get to your goals faster. SoFi, get your money right.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
The first time you made a sale online with GoDaddy was also the first time you heard of a town named Dinosaur, Colorado.
Just got an order from Dinosaur, Colorado.
Start an easy-to-build, powerful website for free with a partner that always puts you first. Start for free at GoDaddy.com.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
When we started our business, we were paying like an arm and a leg for the postage. I remember setting up ShipStation. I think it was just like 1 or 2 clicks. Everything was up and running. I was printing out labels and saving money.
ShipStation saves us so much time. It makes it really easy and seamless. Pick an order, print everything you need, slap the label onto the box, and it's ready to go.
Our cost for shipping, like, we're cut in half, just like that.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers. Go to ShipStation.com/try and get 2 months free.
I'm Zachary Cohen in Washington, and this is CNN.
Okay. We're back with live coverage from Tel Aviv, and you're looking at some live pictures from over Gaza. Israel's military says its warplanes have hit 150 underground targets last night. They killed, quote, several Hamas operatives. They say that includes one high-up Hamas terrorist who, Israel says, helped plan the horrific October 7th terrorist attack that killed more than 1,400 people in Israel, most of them civilians. as Israel strikes Hamas, a major question is whether they are able to destroy Hamas's capabilities and prevent Hamas from regrouping in the future. CNN's Rafael Romo is with me now. Thanks so much for joining us, Rafael. So this was just one of dozens of Hamas leaders that Israel says it's eliminated this month.
Yeah, that's correct, Jay. So the Israel Defense Forces has put together a list of 32 targeted killings of the Hamas leadership. And this list includes a number of different people, people who were in charge of logistics, tactics, the military wing, and many of those involved in planning the October 7 terrorist attacks. One that stands out, and let me show you who he is. His name is Assem Abu Rakaba, and the reason why he stands out is because he was in charge of Hamas aerial assets, responsible for Hamas UAVs, drones, paragliders, as well as aerial detection and aerial defense systems killed Saturday. I talked to a family in near Ashkelon on a moshav, and they were telling me that a friend of theirs at a neighboring moshav saw how they came down on October 7 using paragliders and screaming at them in Arabic that they were going to kill them, a very hateful language. And so apparently this guy that we just saw was responsible for not only training them, but also equipping them.
Interesting. What about the state of the leadership when it comes to Hamas's intelligence capabilities?
Yeah, it seems like if we take a look at that list, and we have to caution that it is a list that was put by the together by the IDF.
Sure.
So we don't have a way as CNN to independently verify that that's the case, because
we're not experts on
and we have no access to Gaza.
Right.
But it seems like they have crushed a significant portion of the leadership, especially those who were involved in planning that. And there's another guy who also stands out for another reason. His name is Shadi Baroud, and he was the deputy head of the Hamas intelligence directorate. One of the Hamas officials, they say, is partially responsible for planning the October 7 attacks. He was killed Thursday. So again, here's another commander who apparently was one of the masterminds of the October 7 attacks.
Give us a broader picture of what other Hamas leaders might have been killed and what their roles would have been.
We took a close look at the list. It is very interesting because the list includes, if you can imagine this, a guy who was responsible for being the Minister of Economy for Hamas. The guy
they said they were taking out not just the military and terrorist operatives, but the governance as well.
That's right. So both the military wing and the political wing of Hamas. And if you can imagine, if you take down someone who is the Minister of Economy, who's responsible for the finances, then it is a direct hit at Hamas's ability to get any money to support their military wing. Those who have been launching rockets that you have seen, that I have seen here in Tel Aviv, it's going to, in the long run anyway, limit their ability to do so. But again, 32 people that we know of because of what the IDF list says.
Yeah, I mean, but that also is 32 out of several thousands that have been killed. All right, Rafael Romo, thank you so much. Let's bring in CNN military analyst and retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton. Colonel Leighton, as we just heard from Rafael, Israel says it has killed more than 30 Hamas leaders since October 7th. Would you consider that a big dent in dismantling Hamas, especially included the sizable death toll in Gaza, or do you think there's still a long way to go?
Well, Jake, there's definitely a ways to go, but it is a sizable dent, and especially when the leadership that has apparently been killed includes an intel chief or deputy intel chief and the air chief and probably some of the planners that were associated with the operation on October the 7th. It's significant, and it really does put a dent in Hamas's capabilities. Having said that, it's pretty clear that Hamas has a capacity to regenerate itself. Its bench is probably relatively deep, but it is something that they would have to overcome this deficit in order to really resume effective military operations against Israel.
Israel says, or more specifically, the Israel Defense Forces is saying that Gaza's largest hospital, where thousands of civilians are currently sheltering, where nobody's even questioning the idea of legitimately doctors, nurses, patients, that hospital underneath is a Hamas command and control center. What level of confidence should the U.S. have in the IDF's intelligence to make that assertion given the fact that, I mean, I think there is a legitimate reason to question how good the Israeli government's intelligence is when it comes to Gaza, given what happened on October 7th.
Yeah, it's one of those areas of intelligence that if you get it wrong, you get it very wrong. So it really depends on the kinds of sources that the Israelis used in order to get that intelligence, how accurate they were. You know, was it just based on one source like electronic intercepts, or was it also based on human intelligence and other means that the Israelis could use? So the more there's corroboration between several sources of intelligence, the greater the confidence would be that the Israelis are right. We don't know for a fact, what the exact source or sources of this intelligence were, but it is pretty clear that the Israelis certainly believe that, and there is historical precedent for Hamas and other groups to use hospitals as a cover for their operations. But in this case, you have to be very right before you actually go attacking something like that, and it's a very dangerous thing to do on a variety of levels.
So we've seen this eruption of activity at the same time 2 nights in a row. What is the strategic advantage for the IDF to attack at night?
So nighttime gives the IDF a lot of advantages, and they have a large capacity at night. They have been used to fighting at night. They use night vision goggles. They have advantages that Hamas generally does not have. For example, Hamas does not have as many night vision goggles in terms of their military and their terrorist capabilities as does the IDF. So with the advantages of night, the IDF can move forward both on the ground and in the air, both fixed wing and rotary wing aircraft, and they can use that capability to really sow confusion among the ranks of Hamas fighters. And that's the idea, to fight at night when you can see and the enemy can't. That is one of the key things there for the IDF to consider.
All right, Colonel Cedric Layton, thank you so much. As Israel retaliates against Hamas in Gaza tonight for the October 7th attacks, up next, video captured from the GoPro of a member of Hamas who was killed, and it reveals the preparation and the tactics behind the terrorist attack against Israel. Stay with us.
What does it mean to be out front? It's going there.
We are just about 3 miles from the Gaza border.
It's context and curiosity, so you can be out front too. Let's go out front.
Aaron Burnett, Out Front, Monday at 7 on CNN.
I won't let my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis symptoms define me.
Emerge as you. With Tremfya, most people saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months, and the majority stayed clearer at 5 years.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge as you. Emerge Tremfyant. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
Create a backyard that's out of this world. Right now, save $50 on the MS250 chainsaw. Real steel. Find yours.
From summer loves to fall flings. So many ways to save. Life ready, wallet happy. That's 365 by Whole Foods Market.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people like Sam who make
Everyday products, designed smarter.
Like a smart coffee grinder
That orders scratch beans for you.
Oh, genius. For more breakthroughs like that,
I need a breakthrough card.
like ours. with 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more.
Plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases.
And with greater spending potential, Sam can keep making smart ideas.
A brilliant reality.
The Inc. Business Premier Card from Chase for Business. Make more with yours.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora. Eucora makes proactive urinary tract supplements.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora.
Eucora saved my life.
Try today at eucora.com.
If addiction is making you feel lost and alone, here is real help. The John Vulcan Academy is recognized as one of the best addiction treatment programs in North America because their long-term holistic approach to recovery goes far beyond initial drug and alcohol treatment. Program participants also progress physically, mentally, socially, and spiritually. It all assures lifelong sobriety. If you've been disappointed with treatment before, come and experience real recovery. The John Vulcan Academy. We change lives. Learn more at vulcan.org.
Every year, Make a Change Canada adds more faces to our career success stories. We've helped thousands of people with barriers find a meaningful direction with our career assistance and IT skills training. When you give to Make a Change Canada, you're helping Canadians from all over realize their full potential. To learn more and to donate, visit makeachangecanada.com and help create thousands more Canadian career success stories. Make a Change Canada is an accredited Canadian charitable organization.
We are back with our live coverage of the war between Hamas and Israel, and right now you are looking at live pictures over Gaza, where we've been hearing near constant bombardment. Well, our CNN investigative team took a deep dive into dozens of Hamas videos taken by Hamas during the massacre 3 weeks ago today. And the body camera footage paints a disturbing picture of how Hamas blew through Israeli defenses undetected, and it shows what Hamas's propaganda videos leave out. This is a Hamas terrorist preparing for battle, strapping a camera to his head, a rocket-propelled grenade launcher close at hand. As the sun rises on the Gaza Strip, he and others cross the fence into Israel. He'll be dead by nightfall. CNN reviewed dozens of videos of the October 7th attack taken with body cameras worn by Hamas terrorists, which Israeli first responders have been releasing on social media. Together, they provide insight into the coordination and new methods used by Hamas, the scope of the attack, and how Israel's military was so caught off guard. The cameras are part of Hamas's arsenal. CNN obtained this booklet of weapons from the Israeli government, found on the body of a dead terrorist. Among the pages listing firearms and other weapons, there are images of video cameras, the words in Arabic showing how to operate a GoPro, all part of a sophisticated and brutal plan.
The fact that they were instructing the terrorists involved about how to use a GoPro video, I think, speaks for itself.
Peter Bergen, who has written about terrorism for decades, says the videos demonstrate a major escalation in the type of attacks Hamas is capable of.
This is not just surprising, it's all the scale is sort of orders of magnitude bigger than anything we've seen Hamas do in the past.
And that's evident in a series of videos that start in a southern Gaza town. One group of terrorists gathers in a courtyard, mounting motorcycles, chanting prayers. They're heavily armed, working together. You can see another camera mounted on a helmet. They break through a fence at the border with Israel and then run. The video shows no Israeli soldiers are there to stop them. They detonate explosives outside a concrete wall protecting kibbutz Kerem Shalom. Once inside, they begin shooting. Someone in the kibbutz returns fire. The Hamas attacker is hit and goes down. And demonstrating just how coordinated the Hamas terrorists were, around the same time, another group of Hamas militants is approaching another kibbutz. They climb over the solid gate and start walking around, shooting. In a chilling moment inside a home, a Hamas terrorist cries out the Hebrew word for mother. Ema. A potential attempt to lure the residents out of hiding. This terrorist is also hit. And the last video his camera captures is the sky. It's unclear if other militants escaped. The video camera was left behind and found by first responders. But other videos made it back into Hamas' hands, where they were slickly edited and scenes of civilian murders were removed to use as propaganda.
The whole point of carrying out terrorism is to bring attention to your cause.
How effective is it as a recruiting tool?
Well, look, when ISIS did this, it was incredibly effective. they recruited 40,000 Muslims from around the world to come fight in Iraq and Syria.
The videos are also providing a trove of information for U.S. and Israeli investigators. And Israeli officials say just like film of Holocaust atrocities, these images are important to preserve the history of what happened on October 7th. And intelligence sources tell me the videos have been valuable as part of an after-action review of the attack, a common practice after massive attacks, and I'm told they've helped officials with identifying key people involved in the attack and highlighting vulnerabilities that need to be addressed to prevent future attacks. Well, coming up at the top of the hour, CNN's Jake Tapper live on the ground in Tel Aviv. What the Israeli government is saying tonight about its continuous bombardment on Gaza, which is going on right now.
Is Ukraine going to win this war?
We bring the stories that matter to the masses.
This is a reminder of the violence that faces migrants.
These are issues that affect so many people around the world.
A third kid? What if she likes playing golf? It's expensive. We're outlawing golf. Wait. Can I still play?
Since we work with Empower, we don't have to worry about planning for a third kid. You can still play golf. Sometimes.
Take control of your financial future to empower what's next.
This is a keepsake frame. This is actually a photo from my wedding. I'm Adam Weiss, founder and CEO of Keepsake, the mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep. You just choose a photo that you love, you can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days, you're going to receive your photo in a beautiful, handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein. 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, 25 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients for immune health.
When you have chronic kidney disease, there are places you'd like to be. Like here. And here. Not so much here. Farxiga reduces the risk of kidney failure, which can lead to dialysis.
Farxiga can cause serious side effects, including ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections, and low blood sugar. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, an allergic reaction, or ketoacidosis.
When you have chronic kidney disease, it's time to ask your doctor for Farxiga, because there are places you want to be.
If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
That first time you take a step back.
I made that.
With your very own online store.
I sold that.
And you can manage it all in one place.
I built this.
And it was easy, with a partner that puts you first. GoDaddy.
Businesses need 5G solutions today. That's why they choose T-Mobile for Business. Las Vegas Grand Prix chose T-Mobile to help power operations for one of the world's largest racing events. MLB partners with T-Mobile to advance how the game is played. And T-Mobile's network helps AAA stay connected nationwide to get their members back on the road. Now's the time to see what America's largest and fastest 5G network can do for your business.
Tomorrow, Anderson Cooper reports on the brutal attack on kibbutz near Oz.
You can tell gunmen tried to pry this door open.
And the heartbreaking stories of the survivors and the missing.
I'm devastated.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tomorrow at 10 on CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome back to CNN Newsroom. I am Jake Tapper. It is 3 a.m. here, and I'm looking out over Tel Aviv. It's been 22 days since the horrific terrorist attacks by Hamas caught this country and, frankly, much of the world by surprise. Tonight we are hearing near constant explosions from Gaza after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu earlier this evening told the nation and the world that the next phase of the war against Hamas has begun, and Netanyahu warns it might be a long road ahead.
And I'm Pamela Brown here in Washington. We're also following breaking news back in the United States. But first, what does this next phase of war mean for the 230 hostages held by Hamas? That number of hostages updated recently as families wait and pray for their loved ones brutally kidnapped on October 7th. Negotiators in Qatar are working around the clock, even as the ground incursion expands and complicates their efforts.
CNN's Becky Anderson spoke with a spokesperson for Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, an advisor to the Qatari Prime Minister. Take a listen.
Mediation only works when you have calming period. Under this kind of conflict, this kind of confrontation between both sides, it becomes more difficult, but it's still ongoing and we can't give up. Okay, I can tell you that really we can't give up on this on all sides. Nobody in the region can afford to give up on this and just leave it to the military people to decide what happens in the future.
Let's go to CNN's Nick Robertson now, live in Sderot, Israel. And Nick, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu says the second stage of the war has begun and its goal is to destroy Hamas. How is this second phase going to impact the hostages being held in Gaza?
Well, the Prime Minister said two primary goals of these operations. One, destroy Hamas, but the second, to get the hostages back. And the Defense Minister said, look, we believe that these increased military operations, this operation in Gaza, will actually benefit us and help get the hostages back. And I think when you hear from from somebody close to negotiations there, that Qatari official, you do understand that there are still conversations being had. And part of the reason that those conversations are being had is because both sides still put a value on their on the hostages and getting them out of this situation, even though the trust is breaking down. We've heard from Hamas's military wing saying, look, we can exchange all these very many hostages that we have for all the Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails. There's a trade that Hamas wants to make. How you get those hostages out of the tunnels where they're being hidden and safely out of Gaza, and how you negotiate that when there is this real paucity of trust and an intense fight underway. How you actually do that is very difficult, but clearly there is a will, so there is the potential for progress. The idea that both sides see value in getting their own people back, that's a starting position, right? And I think that's where we're still at, Jake.
Nick Robertson, thank you so much. Appreciate it. It is hard to imagine right now the suffering that so many Palestinians who had nothing to do with the Hamas terrorist attack on October 7th, how many of them, the suffering that they're forced to deal with right now. Many of them are without water or without food or without medicine, without electricity, literally living in darkness. The only light that is creeping through the darkness are the flashes from the Israeli airstrikes. CNN's Jemana Karacha is in Beirut, Lebanon for us. And Jemana, these airstrikes are no doubt only making the humanitarian situation, which was already horrific, even worse.
It is a devastating humanitarian situation inside Gaza, Jake, and it is happening, as you mentioned, almost in the dark. That communications near total blackout, making it very hard for us and for others to try and reach people inside Gaza to find out what is happening right now. But throughout the past 24 hours, the little information and video that has been trickling out really paints a grim picture of the situation there on the ground. As you mentioned earlier, people under siege, no food, no water, no power, no fuel, hospitals on the verge of collapse, and then no communications. They're almost cut off from the outside world, and people can't communicate with each other. They can't call their loved ones to find out within Gaza if they're still alive after that night of intense bombardment and what is still ongoing right now. And even before this recent intensification, Jake, the situation has been catastrophic, and we have to warn viewers that our report they're about to see is graphic and they may find it disturbing.
It's hard to believe this was Gaza just a few weeks ago.
Little Noor dressed in his finest, dancing with his brother at a wedding. His mother Wissal still can't believe her boy is gone. He was holding my hand as I took him to make him a sandwich, she says. He didn't get to eat it. Shrapnel cut through his neck. He's now in heaven. God give me strength to deal with this. The airstrikes that took 6-year-old Noor and other relatives left her with injuries all over her body and the unbearable pain so many Palestinian mothers are having to endure. There's a void in my heart. I can't even cry, she says. I really want to cry, but the tears are not coming out. Why can't I get it out? I want to cry for my little boy. Recovering at hospital, she just wants to get back to her 3 other children, now homeless, sheltering at a school. Hell is raining down on Gaza. Israel says it's going after Hamas and doing what it can to spare the innocent, but it is the innocent who are paying the heaviest price. In the few hospitals still barely standing, most pictures are too graphic for us to show, but faces here tell of the horrors they've survived and this living nightmare they can't escape. 3-year-old Judy hasn't uttered a word in 16 days. She won't eat or drink, her father says, still in shock, with a piece of shrapnel lodged in her head. What did these children do? We have nothing to do with the resistance, he says. They're just targeting Palestinians. They're killing children because they're Palestinian. To them, we're not humans. They don't know if she'll be able to walk again. Judy is one of the lucky ones, if one can call them that. She still has her father by her side. Baby Arwa keeps asking for her mom. She's too young to understand, her uncle says. Arwa's lost her mother, her brother, and her sister too. She shows the camera her ouchie. In every corner of every hospital, so many heart-wrenching stories of loss so hard to comprehend. Deri only wakes up to cry, her aunt says, in a room with her 7-year-old brother, Kinan. The two were the only ones to survive an airstrike that killed their mother, father, brother, and dozens of their extended family. Kinan doesn't say much these days. He asks me if we have internet here. He says, I want to call mommy and daddy, his aunt says. Doctors in these overwhelmed hospitals say every day brings a constant stream of children with no parents and a flood of injured they just don't have enough to treat. With the little they have, they do what they can. But how do you begin to deal with so many going through so much?
This is CNN Breaking News.
And we are back with some breaking news just into CNN. Very sad news. Actor Mathew Perry has died at the age of 54. The Los Angeles Times, quoting law enforcement sources, is reporting the Friends star was found dead today in a hot tub at his Los Angeles home. The LA Times reports its sources who spoke on the condition of anonymity because the investigation was ongoing did not cite a cause of death, but said there was no sign of foul play. Perry appeared in countless other TV shows, but is best known for his role of Chandler in Friends. The sitcom ran for 10 seasons. Perry appeared in every episode. His battle with alcohol and drugs, specifically painkillers, was well known, and he wrote about his addiction in his memoir that he titled Friends, Lovers, and the Big Terrible Thing, including that he went to rehab more than 60 times. CNN's Camila Bernal is in Los Angeles. Camila, what more do we know about Mathew Perry's death?
Hey Pam, very few details here, but as you mentioned, the LA Times is saying that this was an apparent drowning accident at his LA home. This appears to have happened today. We have reached out to Mathew Perry's team. We also reached out to the LAPD. They have not gotten back to us, but the LA Times is saying there is no apparent foul play in this incident. Unfortunately, we are waiting to get that confirmation from LAPD and from Mathew Perry's team there. Unfortunately, this is obviously extremely heartbreaking for the Hollywood community and really for the world that watched Friends. This was such a great show. Matthew Perry was obviously Chandler Bing. He made so many of us laugh for so many seasons, so many episodes. You know, just watching the reunion episode was also just nice to see the whole team, to see the gang there. Unfortunately, this is the news that we're getting today. We'll have to wait for that confirmation. And as you mentioned, Matthew Perry was very open about his struggles with addiction. And so as of now, the LA Times is also saying no foul play suspected. But again, we have to wait for a lot of those details, Pam.
We do. And so many of us know him from Friends, and then he really reemerged in a big way when his memoir came out, and he made the rounds with interviews talking about his struggles when he was on Friends, talking about how his weight would fluctuate because of his addiction to alcohol and drugs. And he talked about how he went to AA meetings thousands of times and went to rehab as well many times, and that he was finally able to break the cycle of addiction. Tell us more about what we know about Matthew Perry from his memoir, those interviews he did, as we learn of his untimely death at the age of 54, according to the LA Times, being found in a hot tub dead. Again, learning more circumstances surrounding his death, waiting for police to provide more details. But tell us a little bit more about his background, if you would, Camila.
Yeah, so it was nice to hear directly from him. You mentioned the memoir. He did a lot of interviews as well as he was promoting his book, and he was willing to speak about everything that happened to him. He would get extremely emotional as he talked about his struggles and going in and out of rehab, as you mentioned, and what he went through, even as he was filming Friends, because of course this was sort of the biggest show of his career. But he spoke about going through those struggles even during the taping of Friends, and going through these episodes and still showing up, right, and still making us laugh, and still just making everybody happy. And it was just such a good show, right? And he brought such a fun aspect to the show with his jokes, with his personality. So it was interesting to see both sides, right? The person that he played on Friends, but also the person that was struggling with this addiction behind closed doors. And so I think anybody that was around in the 90s or that grew up in the 90s watched Chandler Bing and was excited to see him sort of overcome that addiction. Again, we have to wait to confirm the foul play. That's what the LA Times is saying, that right now that is not the case. So we'll just have to wait on those details from law enforcement, but it is a long career, and of course, one that's very well known for his role in Friends.
Yeah, you know, Friends was his biggest claim to fame, but he starred and guest starred in countless other TV shows over the years, just to name a few of them. Boys Will Be Boys, Growing Pains, Silver Spoons, Charles in Charge, The West Wing, Scrubs, Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip, Go On, The Odd Couple, and many more. And as you pointed out, he recently resurfaced as well in the Friends reunion that I know a lot of Friends fans were eagerly awaiting and watching.
Yeah, and on social media, you know, there was a lot of talk about the reunion and how he looked and the way that he spoke during the reunion. There were a lot of questions about what he was going through, but he came out and said, look, I'm okay, I'm in a good place. So it's unclear exactly how he was at the moment, or just recently. You know, last we heard, he did speak out saying that he was fine, but we have to wait to probably hear from his team to really figure out what he was going through, if he was going through anything at the moment, or as the LA Times is saying, this appears to have been an accident.
Yeah, no foul play according to the LA Times. And again, he spoke just last year, I believe it was, about the fact that he had struggled with addiction, that he had broken that cycle of addiction through a lot of hard work over many years. And, you know, when you look at his character in Friends, Chandler, it was such a fan favorite, right? I mean, you know, and maybe for the younger generation who didn't watch Friends, people loved that show, but they also loved his character. He made such an impression on people, and I think that's also why when he came out with his memoir You know, it was really a shock to people that he had these struggles behind the scenes because he was in all the episodes, he was in all the seasons, and he was so beloved.
Yeah, we fell in love with Chandler, right? And he made us fall in love with Chandler and Monica. I mean, it was just fun to watch him be around the group because he brought so much joy as Chandler, right? And he always had a good line or something in the way that he spoke or his gestures that made us laugh. And so really throughout the 90s, we all fell in love with Chandler Bing, and he really made us want to watch Friends. Of course, it was all of them together, but Matthew Perry, of course, a key part in all of those Friends episodes.
Certainly. Camila, stay with us because we are going to continue to mourn the loss of Matthew Perry and talk to those who knew him and can shed some light. I want to bring in Senior TV Features Editor for Variety, Emily Longaretta. Emily, I want to just hear from you in the wake of this news we're learning from the LA Times, the death of Matthew Perry at the age of 54.
Yeah, this is absolutely heartbreaking. It's something you never want to read the news about. You never want to report on the news, but of course that's part of the hard part of our job. But I think it's really important to know, as you guys were saying, that he was so much more than just Chandler, that we all fell in love with this character, and he was so open to sharing his struggles through the year and really was able to help other people around him. I mean, when his book came out, so many of his Friends co-stars, his former co-stars from The West Wing, from Sunset Strip, so many of them spoke about his kindness and the amount that he cared about other people and how great of a comedian he was. I think it's so important that people realize that a lot of what Chandler was, of course, was in the writing and the tremendous writing staff on Friends, but also was that he brought that cadence. Those famous lines that were delivered in the way he did was something that he actually came up with. He came up with the way that Chandler was delivering those, and I think it's really, really meaningful to talk about that and how great he was, that he wasn't just an actor that was reading lines on a page.
And I'm wondering, Emily, if you're hearing anything from your sources about the death of Matthew Perry as we wait to learn more about the circumstances.
Yeah, right now we are still hearing the same thing you are from the LAPD that has spoken to the LA Times. We've not been able to speak with them yet to confirm or any of the details. So right now it's still unknown exactly what happened and if any foul play was involved. Of course, we hope that's not the case, that hopefully he, everything was okay with him, and that he, I think that it's a really, really sad thing anytime someone goes so early and so young and such great talent. So I think we're just kind of standing by to hope for more details soon.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about Perry's acting legacy. Mayor Hooker first got to know him on Friends, which is still very popular on streaming, but his reach went beyond that show, right? It was certainly the most popular, the most well-known, but he had a wide reach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a really good way to put it. I mean, we think of him showing up on Cougar Town or, like I said, West Wing or Scrubs. I mean, he had so many of these appearances on shows that he really never stopped working. We see a lot of these 90s, early 2000s stars that kind of take a break from the spotlight, and despite anything he was going through, he loved the work and loved the industry and being part of it and really staying in the know. He would show up on talk shows and be supportive of his friends and co-stars despite anything he was doing. And I always think back to, a movie he did with Zac Efron that was just so charming, and he really was able to just lean into that charm in the way that the fans really loved him, and he wanted to always connect with them on a deeper level. And I think that's something that's really, really meaningful now.
Perry's struggle with addiction was widely known. As you pointed out, he was very open and transparent about it with his memoir, to the shock of many who really didn't know when they watched Chandler on Friends that he had these struggles, that he was addicted to alcohol and to drugs. But it was something that he opened up about in that memoir last year. What more did we know about that addiction and his ability to overcome that addiction? Because at the time when he was doing the interviews for the book, he had talked about the fact that he was able to overcome it.
Yeah, absolutely. It was so impressive to hear because he had said at one point he was taking over 55 Vicodins a day, things that were just absolutely shocking to anyone who had just watched him on screen and, of course, not known him in real life. And one of the things he said that really, while he was on Friends, his cast really stepped in and said, we need to help you get help, and we support you no matter what, and we will stand by you. And that's something that is so rare to have, and clearly, and he credits the show to saving his life multiple times. And even the most powerful season, some might say, is when Monica and Chandler got married, and he explained that even filming that episode, he was at rehab that morning and went back to a treatment center after filming that episode. So I think it's so shocking to think about how much he was going through.
And really admirable that he put so much work into overcoming that addiction and then being open about it in an effort to help other people who may be suffering from the same type of addiction. What kind of tributes are we seeing online to this sad news about Perry?
Yeah, I think a lot of the most thing I'm seeing right now is just straight shock across the industry wide. We haven't seen any of the stars speak out yet, from Friends, or many of his co-stars speak out yet. I think from the people I've reached out to have kind of just said, stand by, we're going to wait a beat. I think people are really processing it. So right now, I think the mood I'm getting across social media is complete shock and really heartbreak that someone could go at this young of an age.
Yeah, and again, he made the rounds with the interviews. There was the Friends reunion. What about recently? Have we seen him more recently, from your understanding, Emily, or has he kind of been laying low?
I think the book press was the last time we really saw him, but he has been active on social media. He posted on social media just last week, with seemingly just kind of hanging out at his house, possibly in a jacuzzi. I'm not sure where that photo is taken, but it's pretty hard to see now. But he seemed really happy on social media. He was sharing happy memories and sharing happy photos, and shared a rare photo of him and his father, which he rarely shared any insight into his family life. So it seemed, at least to the outside world, that he was in a good place. So, but since last November when he was on this book tour, we haven't really seen too much of him.
And Emily, while you've been talking, I know Camila has been looking online, seeing what tributes may be pouring in, the reaction as those who knew him, those who are close to him, are absorbing this news and reacting. Camila, what are you learning tonight?
Well, Pam, same. I think the reaction from the fans has really just been shock. No one was expecting this. He's 54 years old, so a lot of the fans, not just Matthew Perry fans, but Friends fans, are just in shock. This is not something that they expected. I wanted to go back a little bit to sort of the beginning. Growing up, he loved tennis. His mother was a journalist. His father was an actor. He moved to Canada with his mother when he was young, and as a teenager came to Los Angeles, and that's sort of when he started that acting career. So it kind of started slowly and then got bigger roles as he grew up, got better, was here in Hollywood. And of course that led to Friends, which is of course the big thing that we're talking about here, just the sarcastic character, that fun character that he was as Chandler Bing. But again, it's just shock, a lot of people not expecting this, and sadness, right? Because we expected him to last a long time, and so just to see the end at 54 is of course sad for his fans, who of course are reacting on social media. We're waiting to hear from the people that surrounded him, the rest of the actors in Friends, of course, and we are waiting to hear from his representatives to get that confirmation from them. We still have not been able to get that confirmation from Los Angeles Police Department, but we are waiting for them, and as of now, there is a source that spoke to the LA Times that confirmed this apparent accident at the bathtub in his home in Los Angeles.
Yeah, we're hoping that authorities will provide some more information. Of course, the next step after something like this would be an autopsy to really determine the cause of death. But certainly we're all eager to learn more, because this is such a shock. He was only 54 years old, and the last time we saw him, when he was doing his interviews after his memoir was released, he seemed to be doing pretty well after all that he had been through and all the struggles he had had, right?
Yeah, and I think a lot of people were cheering for him, especially because so many of us had heard about his struggles, and he was so public about these struggles that everyone wanted him to do well. It was sort of that cheering for Matthew Perry, but cheering also Chandler Bing. And so because he was emotional and open about his struggles, I think the country really wanted him to be well. You were talking earlier that it was a lot of the cast members who also wanted to help him, while he was struggling at the time that he was filming Friends. And so, after he shared these struggles, everybody was sort of cheering him on as well, not just the people that were closest to him.
Right, and Emily, I'm going to go to you on that too, because he really did have close friends, from the show and beyond that rallied around him when he opened up about all of his struggles. Even some of them didn't know the extent of it, right?
Yeah, 100%. I think a lot of people were really, really shocked by the revelations revealed in the book and how much he was struggling, because like we've said throughout this, he kept working. He put on that smile that we all fell in love with on TV. He did interviews, he did red carpets. He was never, he never shied away from stepping into the spotlight and giving viewers and fans what they wanted. So in a way, they were really, really shocked. And I think one instance he explains in the book is Jennifer Aniston stepping in, pulling him aside on set and saying, I know what's going on and we need to get you help. I think that's something that's just so powerful, that one of his real friends in real life and all of these people that had met him, knew him and loved him so much, that said, you know what, let's rally together and get you the help you need.
And if you would, Emily, just to encapsulate the impact, the imprint he left on people, I mean, just quickly browsing through social media, seeing reaction, people just felt this strong connection to Mathew Perry. Why is that?
Mm-hmm. It's hard to put into words. I would say that it is really the charm that he has. There's very few actors who could step into a role and become that character so much that it becomes a way of almost feeling you're at home, this feeling of comfort when he's on screen, and he does that exact thing. And it's not just Chandler. It's also. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm listening, Emily.
Oh, of course. Sorry. I think it's just really, really that feeling of home and comfort that he brings to really everyone that's watching, no matter if it was Friends, no matter if it was 17 again, or one of his many, many movies that he did, Fools Rush In. I mean, this way he had with viewers, especially, that he could just say anything and make people laugh and make people feel, is something really, really powerful and rare, that an actor could make you laugh and cry within the same sentence, and that's something Mathew Perry could do.
He certainly could. He had that rare ability, right, that few had, and he did have it, and that is why also you're just seeing the strong reaction from people online to the sad news, the death of Mathew Perry at the age of 54. We're learning from the LA Times, according to their law enforcement sources, that he was found dead at his home today in a bathtub or a jacuzzi. We're trying to learn more about the circumstances, but right now the sources are telling the LA Times that there was no foul play. Camila Bernal, Emily Longaretta, if you could just both stay with us as we continue to cover this breaking news tonight. I want to bring in Billy Bush, host and managing editor of Extra. He is on the phone with us now. First off, Billy, your reaction to the death of Mathew Perry. Did you know him personally?
Yeah, I knew Mathew pretty well. Certainly over 20 years, we've spent a bunch of time, opposite each other on camera, but instantly I thought, oh no, how horrible. And then I started thinking about what a difficult life he led. He struggled so much off camera. For a guy who was so effortless on camera, his timing and his good nature, always just upbeat and quick, and then you realize it's the exact opposite when he's not. And he just struggled so hard with painkillers and addiction. And I think, we're hearing there's no foul play, but immediately you think, what wear and tear that poor heart of his took, over these years. So while I'm crushed and sad, and I just sent a text over to Lisa Kudrow, with whom I'm friends, to see what, send her my condolences. The cast is really tight. There is a part of me that's like, I'm not overly surprised, because I thought something was off with him, and that he had hurt for too long.
When you say you thought something was off with him, what do you mean, and when? Well,
a couple years ago in the Friends reunion, I think, when he was slurring some words and appeared to not be himself. I think he had just gotten some veneers done, so that was part of it. But I think we all felt that something might be, not quite right with Mathew, and I was hoping to God it wasn't a relapse. I don't think that there's evidence of that. but definitely he was, you know, struggling alongside the rest in that special.
And how do you know anything about how he has been doing more recently? You know, we know he did the round of interviews after.
I think really good. Yeah.
Yeah, he seemed to be doing well in those.
Just yesterday, I think he was doing just fine. I mean, I think he was doing. I mean, you know, as one report is that he was played 2 hours of pickleball this morning, which he's a great racket guy. Matthew's a great tennis player, and obviously he's made the transition like so many. So pickleball, he played 2 hours this morning, came back, and according to the report, his assistant went out to get something, and then that's when he was just chilling, and apparently, you know, some kind of cardiac arrest is the thing. Yeah. It would be a nice thing if it wasn't a relapse of some kind, that he had triumphed over this terrible evil that had him for so long, you know. If at the end he somehow, even though his heart gave out, if he triumphs over that, that's just great.
Yeah.
That's a tough fight.
You know, and it'll be a while until we know for sure the circumstances and the cause of death and what went on. But as you pointed out, his body went through a lot at one point. He talked about taking up to 50 pills a day, and his memory was also addicted to alcohol. We saw his weight fluctuate when he was on Friends to very low to high, and you know, it all kind of made sense once he came out and his memoir was released. It all connected.
He was in the process. Yeah.
That's right. But he was so much more than that. You know, I know we're focusing on that because that was obviously a big surprise to so many of us. But Matthew Perry, you know, did so much with his life in those 54 years, right? I mean, he was on Friends, such a popular show, but he did much more than that as well.
Well, I thought he was in some of the movies he did were, you know, I thought 17 Again was Zac Efron was a great movie. I remember seeing that with my kids and loving it, and The Whole Nine Yards. I mean, he and Bruce Willis became great friends. You know, he did some great movies, which is after something as iconic as Friends, to go on have great success in film too was great. I thought The Odd Couple was pretty good. CBS too. I mean, I just like him. He's just that guy we like. He's all generations know him. You know what I mean? Like my kids have seen every episode of Friends. They, you know, thanks to its availability still, it just stands the test of time. So everybody feels a connection to Matthew Perry, and every, you know, I got a text from my ex-wife. She's like, "Oh, Chandler Bing." No, they all had a crush on Chandler Bing. He was so charming. What a great impact he made. You know, when I get on Monday night for Extra, I'm gonna celebrate the heck out of this guy and give him his propers because he was truly great.
He deserves it. He is leaving behind an incredible legacy, you know, with his work, but also personally. You knew him personally over the years. What was he like in those kind of interpersonal, you know, relationships?
A little shy.
Yeah.
He'd come into the room a little shy, you know. It's like he wasn't, you know, cracking the quick jokes and like, you know, like he does on camera. You know, a little shy, a little to himself, but certainly warm as can be and affable. Just the nicest guy. He and I would talk about tennis, and so you know we text back and forth about getting out on the tennis court. I never got out into this. We're very close once, but I also am an avid tennis player and pickleball, and so there's a community of folks in town who sort of play. Like, you know, Dr. Phil has a court, and a lot of people go up and play. I know Matthew did a few times, and I used to go, and so he's just a really affable, nice person. It's exactly, you know, it's like when you're a fan of somebody and you say, boy, when I meet that person, boy, if they're a letdown, it's like it takes the air out of you. But Matthew Perry was just exactly what you wanted him to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What you imagine him to be, he was.
But it's interesting you say he was a little shy, because obviously that was not how he was with his character Chandler. But so often they're not the character they play on TV, even though we all want to remember them as that character, right? We all want to think of him as he was Chandler, but he was his own person. And go ahead.
You know, I just talked to Keith Morrison. You know, the great Keith Morrison from Dateline, with his incredible voice. Keith Morrison was Matthew Perry's stepfather. And I was just talking to him yesterday. We were doing an interview about something, I just talked to him, so that's another person I need to reach out to. But yeah, he was one of his great calling cards is that he's Matthew Perry's stepfather. He thinks it's as funny as I do.
Well, we'd love to have him on it. I know he's obviously trying to process this news, but we want to honor him tonight and talk to those who knew him and loved him. And, you know, he was beloved by so many people, family, his close friends that we saw him on the show with, but also beyond, just the general public at large. And, you know, he was known to be this funny man on any set that he graced, and that includes when he filled in to guest host on Piers Morgan Live here in CNN back in 2013. Let's take a look at that.
Hey, this is going to be really fun. It's a new experience for me. It's exciting. It kind of reminds me of, it kind of reminds me of when I won my first Emmy. I'm sorry, what? Oh, right, I haven't won a damn thing. Huh. Well, maybe today's the day. You know, maybe I guest host this show so well. Huh? What? Not a chance. Who is talking into my ear?
Clearly a great sense of humor. Really.
Oh, it's so funny.
Yeah. He clearly had a great sense of humor and also knew how to turn it on for the camera, right? He knew how to do that. Why do you think he made such a big impact, had such a big impact on people, and why his character on Friends was just so popular? Why it was a fan favorite?
Because he's the every guy. He's the guy, you know, guys want to be his buddy. You know, we all think we have a buddy like Chandler Bing, who's, you know, just quick, funny, life with a party. Guys want to hang out with him. Girls want to date him. You know what I mean? He's cute. He's funny. If you ask a woman what is she attracted to first, she'll say, most often, sense of humor. And then you got to be a handsome. So he is great looking with a tremendous sense of humor. So I just think, you know, he crossed all boundaries. He included everybody. Everybody wanted a piece of him. And we got a great piece of him.
We got a great
He really gave.
Yeah. We did. 54 years seems so, you know, so young to die, but at the same time, he gave so much in his life. And we did get a big piece of him, as you say, Billy Bush. Stand by. We're going to continue to cover this breaking news. The Los Angeles Times reporting tonight the death of Matthew Perry, the popular actor from the 90s sitcom Friends. Matthew Perry was 54 years old. Much more of our coverage ahead.
Ready? Is Ukraine going to win this war?
We bring stories that matter to the masses.
This is a reminder of the violence that faces migrants.
These are issues that affect so many people around the world.
I've got home internet from T-Mobile. It only costs $50 at T-Mobile. They won't raise your rates at T-Mobile. You'll get a great deal every day.
Knock, knock. #1 broker here for the #1 hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So, what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know, Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
So many people are overweight now and asking themselves, why can't I lose weight? For most, the reason is insulin resistance, and they don't even know they have it. Conventional starvation diets don't address insulin resistance. That's why they don't work. Now there's Golo. Golo helps with insulin resistance, getting rid of sugar cravings, helps control stress and emotional eating, and losing weight. Go to Golo.com and see how Golo can change your life. That's GOLO.com.
How do we decide what hotel to book?
Fear not. I got you. Choice Hotels is a hotel for every type of stay. Like a comfort with the kiddos.
Spacious.
That's what they all say. Stay twice and get a free night when you book direct at choicehotels.com.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products.
It truly works miracles.
The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to ucora.com to learn more.
All of us have felt the effects of isolation during this pandemic, so we can understand a little how some veterans feel. But they will feel like that their entire lives, not just for a year. Over 30% of COVID survivors could experience PTSD, but many veterans have extreme cases of PTSD all their lives. Our most vulnerable veterans remain isolated at hospitals, scared and alone. But you can help. Help Heal Veterans with the support of citizens like you. Creates and distributes therapeutic art and craft projects for our veterans and military at no charge to them. Learn how you can help an isolated veteran through this desperate time. Visit healvets.org. This message is furnished by Help Heal Veterans, a not-for-profit organization that has been helping veterans for over 50 years. healvets.org.
And we are back with breaking news just into CNN after Mathew Perry has died at the age of 54. The Los Angeles Times, quoting law enforcement sources, is reporting the French star was found dead today in a hot tub at his Los Angeles home. The LA Times reports that sources who spoke on condition of anonymity because the investigation was ongoing did not cite a cause of death, but said there was no sign of foul play. Perry appeared in countless other TV shows, but is best known for the role of Chandler being in Friends. The sitcom ran for 10 seasons. Perry appeared in every episode. His battle with alcohol and drugs, specifically painkillers, was well known. Perry wrote about his addiction in his memoir that is titled Friends, Lovers, and the Big Terrible Thing, including that he went to rehab more than 60 times. CNN's Camila Bernal is in Los Angeles. Camila, what more do we know about Mathew Perry's death?
Hey, Pam. Well, what we know right now is that this is an apparent drowning accident at his LA home. That is according to sources speaking to the LA Times. We have reached out to the LAPD and also to representatives of Mathew Perry and have not heard back. As you mentioned, this is a long and successful career, but he did share a lot of his struggles. And I wanted to point out in his book, and when he was doing his press tour, he said that he spoke about his struggles because he was pretty certain that he would be able to help people. And at the time he said this, "I'm not surprised with my resilience." He said that the way that I can bounce back from all of this torture and awfulness, he says, wanting to tell the story, even though it's a little scary to tell your secrets in a book, I just didn't want to leave anything out. So he was open. He was able to share a lot of what he was going through. At the Friends reunion a couple of years ago, he said he struggled with anxiety and just wanted everyone in that audience to laugh at his jokes. Even if it was a one-liner, he was always wanting people to react positively, and obviously people did because they loved him as he played Chandler on Friends. It's a memorable character, something we will always remember him by, Pam.
We certainly will. Camila, stay with us as we continue to cover this. Let's bring back Billy Bush, host and managing editor of Extra. He is on the phone with us now. And Billy, just to remind our viewers, Mathew Perry almost died from his addiction, right? When he was at the age of 49 years old, and he was able to overcome that, and he released his memoir. He talked about how he would, when he was in the hospital recovering, and then after the fact, he was writing on his notes app on his iPhone about his struggles, and he showed it to his agent, and then it turned into the memoir that we all know now.
Yeah, and he talked about as far as how deep the addiction was when it was, and when it was going, would go to open houses. Remember that detail? Would go to open houses to just check the medicine cabinet.
Yes.
That's how severe it was, and spent a lot of time, trying to do that. I just looked at his Instagram, and 6 days ago he posted himself in the jacuzzi. Last post. Wow. 6 days ago, he's sitting in the corner, he's got his Beats headphones on or something. He's listening to music, and it's a solemn kind of a photo of him just sitting in the corner of this tub by himself, and then the post right after, or right before it, is of the moon and the clouds covering the moon, and he says, "I'm Batman," instead of Batman, and so he's just obviously boy, imagine though his last post is in the tub, and that's where he's at.
We're looking
How
at
terribly,
it right
terribly
now.
sad.
So ominous, looking at it now in the wake of learning that he died in that hot tub, according to the LA Times. And again, LA Times saying no foul play, but certainly questions are swirling tonight about the circumstances.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember it. I'm trying to as we all sort of make sense of this and put it together. I sort of remember in his book that he had this fear that would be the way he would go about drowning, and so that's not a definite, but I really seem to remember that. So I'm going to go look it up to see if I can't find that. But I mean, you see the pictures of all the cast together.
It's just so sad.
So
Just
close.
to be clear for our viewers, we're still learning about the circumstances surrounding his death. We don't know if he drowned, but we do know, according to the LA Times, that he was found dead in his jacuzzi. But you said, you knew him personally. You interviewed him over the years at opposites, right? You were interviewing him, and you said he seemed to be doing pretty well in the last couple of years or so.
Well, I mean, yeah, we the reunion a couple of years ago was confusing event because we were all, we were pretty sure that he was doing well, and then just whether he had some type of medication for the recent oral surgery or something appeared to be off. So I recall, along with most people, that there was a pause for concern, but certainly after that and promoting the book, that perception changed. He did a great interview with Diane Sawyer. He was funny, and he sparred with her very adeptly, and he seemed sharp. And by all accounts, out on the pickleball scene here in Los Angeles, with which everybody's playing now, and so active there, working out a lot. He seemed to be fine. I think what I keep thinking about is the wear and tear that his heart took over the years. If in fact the report of cardiac arrest comes out to be a fact, which it would not surprise me if that's the case. But that's he was in the hospital. He had gastrointestinal perforations from all of the Vicodin, which he took over the years, and he said himself that it's amazing he lived through it, that he survived through that addiction. He said he should have been dead.
Yeah, I mean, he spent time in a coma. He spent months hospitalized.
That's right.
His colon burst from opioid overuse, and yet he was able to forge ahead with his life and write that memoir and tell his story and do interviews and, like you said, live his life. I mean, going to play pickleball and tennis and posting on Instagram. You can see, a little bit about what he's been up to lately, and it's just so shocking to so many that he is now dead.
He was off Instagram for a while, and then he just came back 6 days ago and double posted the moon and the view of the moon from his corner of the hot tub. So
it just,
what a premonition if it turns out to be the case.
How would you describe his legacy, Billy? You said when you're on air Monday, you're going to give him a heck of a celebration of life. What does that celebration look like?
I think you have an option. You have a choice. You have a choice to take the legacy of Mathew that you want to take. If you are someone who has struggled with addiction, you're going to say he was an incredible role model and an icon to you, because no matter how bad anyone's got, his was really, really, really bad, and I hope, and it seems, that in the end, he conquered it. So, in that regard, as a person, and we all know someone who's struggled with addiction in our family, or a close friend, he's a hero there. And as for acting, I mean, the role of a lifetime met the right guy. Right? Opportunity arrived, and he was prepared, and he got that role. And he absolutely crushed that role. Everything he says is funny and right on. There we are standing there together.
Yep.
Is just right on point. And, you know, he owned it. He just, we all hope that when the great opportunity comes in your career that you nail it. And he just nailed it. So,
Yep.
Big bravo from me.
I always hear, growing up, be prepared when the opportunity comes. And man, was he prepared to take that opportunity by the horns and become
You
beloved.
got to think about, with all the things he was dealing with at that time, you look at him right there and you're wondering, well, is he on something at this point? Or was he, how did he remember all that dialogue and hit it with such amazing natural timing? It's like, he really was,
I know. Well, that's why so many people were so shocked when he came out and talked about taking 50 pills a day and being addicted. Like, you're watching him, you're like, how are you addicted to pills and alcohol? Like, you seem so sharp and put together, and you're funny and witty, and you're remembering the lines. It was so shocking to learn. Billy, stand by. We're going to continue this conversation as we cover the breaking news. The Los Angeles Times reporting that Matthew Perry has died. The popular actor from the 90s sitcom Friends, Matthew Perry, was 54 years old. We have much more of our coverage ahead.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
I've always been prone to hair thinning.
I was getting older. I was under a lot of stress.
I started taking Nutrafol.
Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement.
I am back to me.
Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at Licorice.com have 50+ gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at Licorice.com.
Relapsing MS isn't the only thing I have going on. That's why I take Kesimpta. It's the only B-cell treatment for RMS I can take at home once a month. Kesimpta was proven superior at reducing the rate of relapses, active lesions, and slowing disability progression versus Aubagio.
Don't take Kesimpta if you have hepatitis B, and tell your doctor if you have had it, as it could come back. Kesimpta can cause serious side effects, including infections. While no cases of PML were reported in RMS clinical trials, it could happen. Tell your doctor if you had or plan to have vaccines, or if you are or plan to become pregnant. Kesimpta may cause a decrease in some types of antibodies. The most common side effects are upper respiratory tract infection, headache, and injection reactions. Ask your doctor about treating RMS with Kesimpta.
With the push of a button, Constant Contact's AI tools help you know what to say, even when you don't. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora. Eucora makes proactive urinary tract supplements.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora.
Eucora saved my life. Try today at Eucora.com. This is melasma. I'm trying to get rid of it.
Introducing Muesli Face RX. Prescription skincare delivered straight to your door.
Now that Muesli is out there, they just see the confident young woman.
See for yourself at muesli.com/TV.
The first time you connected your GoDaddy website and your store was also the first time you realized.
Well, we can do anything. Cheesecake cookies? The cookie!
Manage all your sales from one place with a partner that always puts you first. Start today at GoDaddy.com.
HPV is a virus that typically has no signs and symptoms, and it's spread via sexual activity. Unfortunately, condoms aren't giving us full protection from HPV. There's still those other body parts that are touching. HPV can stay asleep in a person's body for up to 40 years before it wakes up, and it's linked to a long list of cancers.
The HPV vaccine is a cancer prevention tool. We know it is very safe, it is very effective, and it's giving you long-term protection against cancer.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, Monday at 6 Eastern.
features editor for Variety, Emily Longaretta. Emily, thanks for joining us. First off, what are you hearing about the death of Mathew Perry? What do we know right now?
Where are they now?
Right now, we still know what the LA Times is reporting, that Mathew Perry was found unresponsive in the hot tub of his home. There is no foul play right now reported, and of course, this is an ongoing investigation, so no one is speaking on the record at this time. We've of course reached out to his team, as I know you guys have. They've yet to release a statement, but there is a lot of heartbreak around the industry. I'm sure where you guys are as well, with his friends and family as well. A lot of friends speaking out on social media now. We have Selma Blair and with Mira Sorvino. A lot of people have released these statements about how heartbroken they are and how sad they are, but also just about what a light he was and what a powerful and positive man he was despite the hardships he was going through.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's interesting as we're doing our own research, going back, looking at his memoir, reading bits and pieces. My producer reminded me that he actually almost didn't get the job on Friends, that he was booked on another show called LAX, and then that series was dropped, and so then he was able to audition for the role of Chandler and nailed it. What made him such a perfect fit for that role, and why was his character on Friends just so beloved?
Man, it's hard to imagine anyone else playing Chandler, and it clearly would not have been Chandler Bing. It would not have been Friends without Mathew Perry. So we're very happy that that other show did not work out and that he was able to be the Chandler that we all fell in love with. I think it's a lot like Billy Bush was saying earlier, that he had that charm, that smile, that power that was just so likable. It is very rare that someone is able to read their lines and deliver their lines in a way that everyone laughs, everyone loves. I haven't ever met somebody who doesn't like the character of Chandler Bing, and the way that he related to people and the way he related to every other character on the show. Like you said, he was on every single episode of the show. He had a part in every big moment. And despite these struggles that he was having behind the scenes, that we saw a little bit at the reunion, him talking about that anxiety and that worry that he had every time he stepped in front of the camera about, getting a laugh. Every time the audience didn't laugh, he got worried and got nervous. And I think that that never was shown to the audience. And little did he know that everyone always laughed at him every single time he was there. And we were laughing with him in the best way.
We sure were, and so many of us had no idea that he was struggling with these addictions behind the scene. He went on years later, last year, releasing his memoir, talking about it, and he said on his sobriety, he said, "I'm not run by the fear I used to be run by, so everything's kind of different. I'm feeling more confident, and I'm not afraid of love anymore, so the next girl I go out with better watch out." That's what he told People magazine just last year. Today, we're learning now about the death of Mathew Perry at the age of 54. We'll be right back.
Tomorrow, Anderson Cooper reports on the brutal attack on kibbutz near Oz.
You can tell gunmen tried to pry this door open.
And the heartbreaking stories of the survivors and the missing.
I'm devastated.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tomorrow at 10 on CNN.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products.
It truly works miracles. The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to eucora.com to learn more.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro.
Sean, do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them. Wow.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All 3 on us. Only on Verizon.
Yeah, military life can have its challenges, but sometimes veteran life brings more.
As America's Veteran Space Challenges, DAV is there.
My name is Greg Gadsden, 26-year Army veteran.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories great and small.
DAV helps veterans like me get all the benefits they've earned, and that can be a life changer.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Today, I'm an entrepreneur, photographer, and public speaker.
With the right support, there are no limits.
And I never tire of standing tall.
But there's more to be done, and more victories to be won.
My victory is just being the best that I can be.
Greg Gadsden, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
My name is Seema.
My house floats on top of the water. My school floats too. I love my teacher. I want to be a teacher like her.
Ooh, Tracy, look. She's going for the bin.
Oh my, look at her scoop.
Thank you.
Hey, Stacy, what do you think he's doing with that bottle?
Oh no, he's gonna throw it in the trash. I can't look.
Wait. He's putting it in his bag to recycle later.
Way to go, Mr. Brown Shoes.
Hey, up here.
Here he is. I could watch humans all day long.
We are, and we do.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Hi, I'm Wolfgang Puck. When I started my online store, Wolfgang Puck Home, I knew there would be a lot of orders to fill, and I wanted them to ship out fast. That's why I chose ShipStation. ShipStation helps manage orders, reduce shipping costs, and print out shipping labels. It's my secret ingredient.
ShipStation, the #1 choice of online sellers.
And Wolfgang Puck.
Go to ShipStation.com/try and get 2 months free.
I'm Gustavo Valdez in Acapulco. This is CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And we are back with that breaking news just into CNN. Actor Mathew Perry has died at the age of 54. The Los Angeles Times, quoting law enforcement sources, is reporting the French star was found dead about 4 o'clock this afternoon in a hot tub at his Los Angeles home. The LA Times reports its sources speaking on the condition of anonymity because the investigation is ongoing. It did not cite the cause of death. The paper reports there was no sign of foul play, but robbery homicide detectives from the Los Angeles Police Department are investigating the death, as would be routine in a situation like this. As you probably know, Perry appeared in countless other TV shows, but he is best known for his role of Chandler Bing and Friends. The sitcom ran for the 10 seasons. Perry appeared in every single episode, and so many of us learned just recently with his memoir that in many episodes he was struggling with addiction. His battle with alcohol and drugs, specifically painkillers, was well known. He wrote about that addiction in his memoir that he titled Friends, Lovers, and the Big Terrible Thing, including that he went to rehab more than 60 times. CNN's Camila Bernal is in Los Angeles. What more can you tell us tonight, Camila, as we learn this sad news about Mathew Perry's death?
Well, Pam, authorities are saying that they responded to a 911 call at a home that matched Perry's address. Authorities have not confirmed that it was, in fact, Perry himself, but of course we are reporting that the LA Times is saying this was an apparent drowning incident. So that 911 call went out at 4:07 p.m. local time here in Los Angeles, and police responded at 4:10 p.m. They responded to a water rescue emergency, and so it was a very quick response. And again, the LA Times is saying there was no foul play here. We are again waiting for authorities to give us that official confirmation and waiting to hear from representatives of Perry himself. Unfortunately, the LA Times again reporting that he is dead at 54. He was born in Massachusetts and was born to a father who was an actor, a mother who was a journalist. They split up and he went with his mother to Canada. So he spent a portion of his life in Canada, returned here to the U.S., was in Los Angeles as a teenager, and began that acting career, essentially following his father's footsteps. He got a number of acting roles in different shows, but of course it was Friends that really brought him to fame, and it was Friends who brought him to all of our households in the 90s, as he filmed many episodes and 10 seasons of Friends, bringing us so much joy as Chandler, really making us fall in love with Chandler and really with Mathew Perry himself as well. You talked about his struggles. He was very open about his struggles with addiction, especially in the book. And I wanted to read part of what he said in the book, because he said that he shared those struggles because he knew that this would help other people. And so what he said here was, what I'm most surprised with is my resilience. So he was saying he was a resilient person, which is why he decided to write this book. And he said, the way that I can bounce back from all of this torture and awfulness, wanting to tell the story, even though it's a little scary to tell all your secrets in a book, I didn't leave anything out. And I think that also made really America fall in love with him, because he was able to share those struggles and really be relatable with so many people, while also bringing us so much joy through Friends and other TV shows and movies that he was part of. He was just a funny person that everyone was able to relate to or laugh with or fall in love with. And so that's why you're seeing so much shock and so much sadness from a lot of his fans on social media and coming in, as we speak, people who are shocked and saddened by his death, Pam.
And no doubt, he helped a lot of people opening up about his addiction. As you know, Camila, opioid addiction is a crisis here in America. And to see someone of his stature, his fame, to open up about that, open up about his struggles. You talk about the fact that he was told by doctors that he only had a 2% chance of survival when he was 49 years old and was able to bounce back. That gives so many hope and inspiration that maybe they too could overcome the struggles and the evilness of addiction. Camila, stay with us as we continue to cover this breaking news tonight. Last year, Perry opened up about his addiction to drugs and alcohol in his memoirs we've been talking about, and he also shared a lot of funny moments in his life, including reports that he had once beat up Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau when they attended elementary school together. It was a moment late night host Stephen Colbert inquired about.
Now, who gets recognized more in Canada, you or Trudeau?
I would say Trudeau. But there was a big rumor about us.
What?
That I beat him up in grade school.
Did you?
I don't think so. No.
But you're not entirely sure.
No. My friends Brian Murray and Chris Murray, who were the guys, and myself, who invented that weird way of talking. Could it be colder in here?
Sure.
Could it be colder in here, by the way?
Yes.
It's really cold.
It could not.
Okay.
No.
So they told me that we beat up Justin Trudeau, and I just believed them. And somehow he got the story, and he tweeted me, and he wanted to have a fight. And I said, you have your own army. No thanks.
I'm going to bring in entertainment reporter Elizabeth Wagmeister. Elizabeth, first off, tell us about the legacy that Mathew Perry leaves behind.
Mathew Perry leaves behind an unbelievable legacy. Being one of the stars of Friends, we will not see another television sitcom star like that in the future of Hollywood. This is the type of show that doesn't exist anymore. In the streaming era where there is so much content, this just doesn't happen. Remember, when Friends came out in 1994, there were just a few networks. There weren't many places to watch TV. This was truly must-see TV, where 20 million people were tuning in every Thursday night on NBC to watch Mathew Perry. He is known among generations. Of course, when Friends first came onto streaming, it was a blockbuster deal on Netflix. And there are kids today who are just discovering the show and just learning who Chandler Bing is. They know Mathew Perry as the 25-year-old who started on that show. In fact, Pamela, there are many people around the world who say that they learned to speak English from watching Friends. That is what a big deal this show was. And Mathew Perry is as a star that people feel like they know in their homes.
Yeah, so many people feel like they have such a deep connection with him from his character, Chandler Bing. I mean, he really was the perfect fit. We were just talking, he almost didn't get the role because he was booked on another show, LAX, and then because that show was dropped, he auditioned and he got the job. But it's important to note, he was prepared, right? He was prepared for that incredible opportunity, and he nailed it.
Absolutely, and that just goes to show the level of his talent that he almost could not take this role in Friends because he was booked for another show. And we hear this all the time in Hollywood. But of course, to even book a pilot, you are the 1% of the 1% in Hollywood if you even have made it that far. So to think that during pilot season, he was wanted for numerous shows, it just shows how immense his talent was. And when you watch Friends, you see it come off the screen. His comedic timing, his jokes, the Chandlerisms. I mean, he really is a television character and a television star that is so rare. To think that multiple generations, I watched the show with my mom and with my grandma, and I'm sure that you do as well. That's just not something that you see very often.
It's not, and it brings back so much nostalgia for me watching that show. I loved watching it growing up, and I too was a big Chandler fan and just adored him, and just seeing the outpouring of love and reaction on social media sums up the incredible impact and the indelible mark he has left on so many of our lives. We now have a statement coming in from Warner Brothers Television Group, and that statement says, "We are devastated by the passing of our dear friend Matthew Perry. Mathew was an incredibly gifted actor and an indelible part of the Warner Brothers Television Group family. The impact of his comedic genius was felt around the world, and his legacy will live on in the hearts of so many. This is a heartbreaking day, and we send our love to his family, his loved ones, and all of his devoted fans." So Elizabeth, reaction starting to pour in.
Yes, and this is significant because, of course, reports have come through, but there has not been an official statement or an official confirmation from anyone on Matthew Perry's team. So the fact that Warner Brothers is coming forward, this is going to be the start of much reaction coming from Hollywood. We have not heard from the stars of Friends yet. We haven't heard from Jennifer Aniston, Lisa Kudrow, Courtney Cox. I expect that we will hear from them, and they're going to be giving heartbreaking statements. Another thing that's rare about Friends is this cast, they truly all were friends. In Hollywood, we know that behind the scenes, people sometimes aren't so close. They fake it on the screen, but this was a cast that has stayed in touch throughout the years. They have remained so close. He wrote about it in his book. We saw them come together recently for the major reunion that was on HBO Max. This is really a heartbreaking loss, and it is going to be felt throughout Hollywood and throughout the world.
Yeah, I mean, not only were they close, they really helped him, right, with his addiction and his struggles that was going on behind the scenes.
Absolutely. Matthew Perry wrote about this, that Jennifer Aniston saw what was going on, and she was the one who basically said, "You need help. I know what is happening." Matthew Perry even wrote in his book that out of all 10 seasons on Friends, only season 9 was the season that he was sober in. It's really unbelievable to think when you watch those episodes, which we have all seen, all of them numerous times, that he was struggling so much behind the scenes. You would never know that he was under the influence, but he wrote about that, and you are absolutely right that his cast members are the ones who have helped him so much throughout the years. And aside from just helping him, they kept it private, and that's something that is notable because Hollywood is an industry where people talk to the press, they leak. You know how much they cared about him, that this never came out until it came from his own words. So that's significant.
Yeah, that's an important point. It says a lot about them, and it says a lot about him, right, that they cared about him so much. What more did we learn from his memoir? You know, he really detailed the struggles and I think it's important to talk about that because it also shows his resilience. And I think it evokes a lot of admiration for him that he went through these struggles. He had these demons, right? That he was able to sort of triumph. He talked about breaking this cycle of addiction after going to thousands of AA meetings and going to countless, rehab stints. He talked about all that he went through to get to that point, and it's really inspiring and remarkable.
It is, and it really makes Matthew Perry relatable, right? When you are watching these characters on screen, especially someone as famous and as recognizable as Matthew Perry, you think that you have nothing in common with them. But what he did in his memoirs, he showed the world you can be rich, you can be famous, you can seemingly have it all on the surface. But for all of these years, I was struggling. And even at home, if those who were reading his book haven't dealt with addiction, they likely know somebody who has, or they have another struggle in his life. So he really humanized himself. And there were whispers about him throughout the years, as his appearance changed over the years. Fans were wondering what is going on. And for him to come out and say this is exactly what was going on, that's very powerful and very brave of him. It's often very tough for stars who images everything, right? In Hollywood, you're supposed to be the perfect human. And to come forward and to talk about all of these struggles that he had been dealing with throughout the height of his fame that really never went away, that really makes him more relatable. And as you said, he went into great detail. He spoke about how about 5 years ago, his colon ruptured from opioid addiction. He was hospitalized and almost died. So this is why this death is so sad, because at the age of 54 years old, so young, but he's also had a brush with death before. And you could see during his interviews on this press tour for the book how much he appreciated life and that he was able to overcome this and help others with this story. So it's just devastating that it ended like this.
Yeah, and he told People magazine that he basically was in this new chapter of his life. He had sort of renewed lease on life when he was doing the book rounds, saying, I'm not run by the fear I used to be run by, so everything's kind of different. I'm feeling more confident. That was just last year. And it's interesting looking at his social media as well. Just in the last 6 days or so, Elizabeth, he had been posting more pictures, including of him in a hot tub. And we're learning today, sadly, that he was found dead in a hot tub at his home at the age of 54. We're still learning more. Tributes are pouring in, honoring the legacy, the life of Mathew Perry. We'll be right back.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people like Sam who make
Everyday products designed smarter.
Like a smart coffee grinder.
That orders fresh beans for you.
Oh, genius. For more breakthroughs like that,
I need a breakthrough card.
like ours, with 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more.
Plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases.
And with greater spending potential, Sam can keep making smart
A
ideas.
brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card from Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours.
Travel, there is nothing like it. Dancing is my passion. But with my moderate to severe eczema, it hasn't always been easy. I was constantly itching, whatever I was doing. Now, I'm staying ahead of my eczema.
There's a power inside all of us to live our passion. And Dupixent works on the inside to help heal your skin from within. It helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that can cause eczema, so adults can have long-lasting, clearer skin and fast itch relief. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor.
Healing from within is a powerful thing.
Ask your eczema specialist how Dupixent can help heal your skin from within.
Businesses need 5G solutions today. That's why they choose T-Mobile for Business. Las Vegas Grand Prix chose T-Mobile to help power operations for one of the world's largest racing events. MLB partners with T-Mobile to advance how the game is played. And T-Mobile's network helps AAA stay connected nationwide to get their members back on the road. Now's the time to see what America's largest and fastest 5G network can do for your business.
Being a journalist is the best job in the world. Asking challenging questions of the folks who run the world.
Is Ukraine going to win this war?
Yes, of course.
You ready?
The Lead with Jay Tapper, CNN, Monday at 4.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines, taking you to the heart of the story.
We start with breaking news for you this evening.
We are just about 3 miles from the Gaza border.
And breaking through the noise.
Interesting conversation about where we are in America right now.
The day's biggest stories.
What we have been seeing in Israel is unprecedented.
The night's most essential reporting.
It's not about what I believe, it's about whether there is evidence.
This is the new CNN Prime Time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
Tomorrow, Anderson Cooper reports on the brutal attack on kibbutz near Oz.
You can tell gunmen tried to pry this door open.
And the heartbreaking stories of the survivors and the missing.
I'm devastated.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tomorrow at 10 on CNN.
Our mission here at CNN is that the news comes first. That's the promise of the Situation Room. Breaking news, politics, world events. We work as hard as we can to get the facts and tell the stories that matter most.
The Situation Room with Wolf Blitzer, Monday at 6 on CNN.
And we are back with our breaking news after Mathew Perry has died at the age of 54. The Los Angeles Times, quoting law enforcement sources, reporting the Friends star was found dead about 4 o'clock this afternoon in a hot tub at his Los Angeles home. Mathew Perry was very open about his struggles with addiction and alcohol abuse, especially in his memoir, Friends, Lovers, and the Big Terrible Thing. Here is Mathew Perry on ABC's The View last November, promoting his memoir and talking about coexisting with addiction.
I mean, there's a couple of things that took place. On the set of Friends, it emulated kind of in nature penguins and what penguins do for each other. If a penguin is injured, the other penguins surround it and prop it up and walk around it until the penguin's okay. And that's sort of what the cast of Friends did for me. But the thing to really do is to raise your hand, and that's what helped me, is the fear of it. Like I would get so far into it, I'd be like, oh, this is dangerous now. And I would raise my hand and get the right help. You have to have professionals in the business. It can't just be a group of people who don't know anything about this. Because as much as I wanted to quit that day that Jenny came up to me and said, we know, I couldn't. It wasn't an option, you know. But if you raise your hand to the right people, you get the right help, you don't be alone with it, you have a chance out, and that's what I did.
There, you're listening to Mathew Perry talking about how things were going well for him in these later years of his life. And Perry was one of the stars of this hit sitcom Friends that so many of you know about. It was produced by Warner Brothers, and we want to share that statement we got just a short time ago from the Warner Brothers television group. That statement says, "We are devastated by the passing of our dear friend Mathew Perry. Mathew was an incredibly gifted actor and an indelible part of the Warner Brothers television group family. The impact of his comedic genius was felt around the world, and his legacy will live on in the hearts of so many. This is a heartbreaking day, and we send our love to his family, his loved ones, and all of his devoted friends." Let's bring back Billy Bush, host and managing editor of Extra. You know, it's interesting, Billy, because those who knew him well, Mathew Perry well, they are obviously devastated. We just saw that statement from Warner Brothers talking about how heartbreaking this is. But I think any viewer of the Friends, anyone who watched Chandler Bing through the years, just feels like they lost a friend today, right?
Oh yeah, that's the thing. There was such a connection. Everybody, like I mentioned a little while ago, I think everybody, guys thought he was cool and would want him to be a friend. And I think women thought he was the perfect boyfriend, right? Just that great sense of humor, timing, sweet, secure, you know what I mean? Just a cozy guy. And, you know, in real life, he described himself as a quiet, sort of keep-to-myself kind of fella. But the character he gave us all just checked everybody's boxes.
It certainly did. You know, Billy, you knew him personally. You obviously knew his work well. What legacy does Mathew Perry leave behind?
Well, I mean, just, you know, truly we know him as a tortured soul and a brilliant performer. I think both, you know, I think both. But I really do hope that there was no foul play involved. I believe that to be the case. I know the LA Times is reporting it and others. I believe it to be the case because we have lots of mutual friends. There's a pickle. I'm just been texting with one of our pickleball friends who said he spoke to Mathew a bunch this week, and he said, and over the last few months, and he was doing great. He said, so sad, nicest and biggest, warmest heart in the world. That was from a guy that pretty much taught him the game. But yeah, and I'm putting together who was playing pickleball with him this morning, so I'm trying to, track that down.
And you almost played with him one time too. You said you were in touch with him. Y'all almost made it to the courts, whether it was tennis or pickleball, I don't remember. But you had your own sort of relationship with him. You know, it's so interesting. You talk about look, people are complex, right? And he was complex, as you say. In some ways, he was this brilliant actor. He was also this tortured soul, and he really illuminated more about why he felt the way he felt and why he turned to drugs and alcohol later in his life. In his memoir, Billy, he talked about how when he was 5 years old, he was an unaccompanied minor on a plane to go visit his father, who had abandoned him at 9 months old. And he said that was a big moment for him in early childhood that led to this sense of abandonment. He had a lot of struggles, right? And yet he was able to be the successful actor along the way.
And he said, he started his book, the audio version of his book with, he said, the first words out of his mouth were, "For all of the sufferers out there, you know who you are." And he said it in this, sort of direct, ominous, different kind of this is real life way. There was no Chandler Bing delivery on that. And then he goes on to quote, "The best way out is always through," which is Robert Frost. And I think he was telling his fellow addicts, we got to go through this. Got to get all the way through to the other side. There's no cheating it. There's no getting around it.
Yeah, the only way over it is through it, right?
Yeah, and then when he starts to read from the book, the actual verbiage, he says, my friends, my name is Matt. My friends call me Matty, and I should be dead. Those are his first words. And then he says, you might consider right now that you're hearing me from beyond. I think it was always a marvel to him when he got around 50 that he was still alive. Like, how can this be?
Yeah. Well, he talked about how his colon ruptured at the age of 49 from his opioid addiction. He talks about how his doctors gave him an only 2% chance of survival, and how he was in a coma for 2 weeks, followed by months more in the hospital, and how he had to have 14 surgeries to help repair all of the abdominal damage, and yet he was able to go on and write this memoir that he apparently started writing on his iPhone notes app. He wrote 110 pages, showed it to his agent. His agent said, we got to turn this into a book. So he comes out last year, does the rounds, and as you say, you're talking to people today who said, we were just in touch about playing pickleball. I mean, he was really, he seemed to be in a good place in his life, and he even talked about that in the interviews he was doing just last year.
He did exactly what I did, which is just find some space in the yard to squeeze a pickleball court in. I just did it over here. And I know he was one of the latest guys to add, but they're popping up all over town. He was really sort of getting, I'm just talking to one of the guys that plays with him a lot, and I'm finding out who he was playing with this morning, because I knew in the community, we'll figure that out, and then just get to, I want to know about those last moments. I want to know what he was like for those 2 hours that he was playing. He was laughing his face off and sweating and lunging for every ball. You know what I mean? Like that. And then look, if the heart gave out, then what are you going to do? I hope it was peaceful, because he was on the rebound. He did seem to be doing just great, and I think he was. And if the ticker stops, then the ticker stops. But he was doing well. I think he was, I'd like to say, victorious in the battle of his life.
Yeah, and we're still waiting to learn more about the circumstances of his death, but certainly, he overcame so much. But as you pointed out, Billy, he also, did a lot of damage to his body that he talked about in his memoir, taking up to 50 pills a day at one point.
Half of my life.
Yeah.
Half my life, he said, in and out of rehab and treatment centers. For exactly half my life. He said, when I was at a sober living facility when I was 24, no problem. I was 24, got lots of time in front of me. He goes, but when I was there at 42, and here now, and then most recently 49, it's, not so cute anymore. And he realized, what I love most, though, is through the book and through, interview before, I never did a big interview before, but the fact that he just lifted the veil of shame off the thing and stared it right in the face and shared with everybody his experience. It just brought everyone closer to it. He already felt close to Mathew Perry, thanks to Chandler Bing, but that brought you closer to the man, and we all sort of found ourselves in his corner, didn't we?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We did, and that's why I was saying so many people already felt like they were friends with him. Then he comes out and he's so open and honest. And I mean, think how many people he's helped at a time when this country is in crisis with opioid addiction. For someone like him to come out and speak about his struggles, for people to see that and say it can happen to him too, and to see his resilience, it's inspiring.
Yeah, and it's it's so prevalent. I think another great, Charlie Sheen fought that battle. Another guy with a tremendously successful sitcom, right, who was very funny and charming, but struggled mightily.
Yeah.
Boy, also is winning that. I think he is too.
Yeah.
Which is, which would be great. But Matthew knew this was coming. I mean, he said it so many different ways.
Yeah.
Even that, just in the post from 6 days ago on Instagram, he hadn't been on Insta in a while, and it's just a moonlit night sitting, by himself in the corner of a jacuzzi. It's like,
It's his last
poetic.
post on his Instagram. It's interesting. We're going back and looking through his memoir and finding little anecdotes that help tell us a little bit more about Matthew Perry as we mourn his loss and celebrate his legacy. And there's some really interesting little nuggets in here, Billy. He talks about his relationship with Julia Roberts and how they used to fax poems to each other. That was sort of the courtship early on.
Didn't he blow it with her?
What's that?
Did he blow it with Julia Roberts?
I don't know. I would hope you know more about that than me.
I would have blown it too, so it's okay.
Well, and he talks about Cameron Diaz and how they were out, I think, on a date, and how she accidentally punched him in the face.
That is Chandler Bing.
That is Chandler Bing, is it not? I know, right? And then he talked about, how Bruce Willis was a friend, and he appeared in Friends, but it was only because he lost a bet to Matthew Perry, and so Bruce Willis agreed to come on Friends because of losing that bet. He had friends in obviously high places and many friends in Hollywood, but he also was so relatable as just your everyday guy, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's, like he describes himself, a quiet, keep to myself kind of fella. He had a little aw shucks to him, and there was never entered the room quietly, people who enter quietly and, you go to them and figure them out, and that's, I think that's the kind of guy he was. He would come up very unassumingly, for the red carpet at the Golden Globes or something. Just come up with hands in his pockets, kind of like, hey, how you doing, man? Just never, a big to-do. He would just let all those hysterical moments happen on the screen.
Just so you know, Billy, my wonderful colleague Dana Bash is texting me confirming what you said, that he did break up with her. He did break up with Julia Roberts. You were right. He did blow it with Julia Roberts.
I love that Dana Bash is right there. She went, yeah, I think that's what happened. I think he blew it, which is great. While we're sharing deeply personal things here, let me tell you about the time I blew it with
Julia Roberts, but it's all part of his life story, right? I mean, he lived an incredible life, right? I mean, I think about when
and
people...
he's shy. I mean, think of all the beautiful women that would want to go out with Matthew Perry, all the celebrities and whatever, and he's trying. Like, I'm going out, I'm trying, but I'm not, I've got so many opportunities here, but he was a shy guy, Don't expect Chandler Bing. Give him some space, let him be him.
Yeah, and on that note, there was this really sweet quote that I said earlier on the show where he talked about the fact, he says, I'm not run by the fear I used to be run by, so everything is kind of different. He said, I'm feeling more confident, and I'm not afraid of love anymore. So the next girl I go out with, better watch out. He said that
watch
just last
out.
year. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Just last year.
Yeah. And he was engaged and had a couple of relationships. I think he was single now. But that's too bad. I wish he had gotten to realize that. But at least he was headed in the right direction. I think whenever we check out, whether you live 10 years or 85 years, it's right, depending on what you believe. It's maybe just a speck in time, and he was doing it the right way when he went out. So
yeah,
that's a beautiful thing.
It's he said to the LA Times, This is how he wanted to be remembered. He said, as a guy who lived life, loved well, and helped people, that running into me was a good thing and not something bad. That's how he said he wanted to be remembered. And no doubt he will be remembered for that and so much more, Billy.
Yeah, we're gonna hang on to that one. That's a good one. I'm gonna, let's internalize that. That's really, really, really nice. Very poignant.
That is poignant and so sad. And as we learn this just tragic news, we all feel like we lost a close friend or a family member tonight as we learn about the death of actor Mathew Perry. Chandler being on Friends, a man who lived life to the fullest and was open about his own struggles, helping countless people. More on the breaking news, the death of Mathew Perry, the popular actor from the 90s sitcom Friends. Much more of our coverage ahead.
Tomorrow, Anderson Cooper reports on the brutal attack on kibbutz near Oz.
You can tell gunmen tried to pry this door open.
And the heartbreaking stories of the survivors and the missing.
I'm devastated.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tomorrow at 10 on CNN.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something on the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
Makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Your solution is at plexidermtrial.com or call the number on your screen.
Stop! I'm a good zombie! This October,
Trick or treat!
spirits come home to rest all month long.
This place is really haunted. What a weird mystery.
With Hollow Scream on Disney+.
We're gonna scare you. Boom.
Home is where the hunt is.
It's time.
In Vernon, we vibe on vitality, and we savor summer longer. Here we come alive on forest trails and play in colorful orchards that weave into rolling mountains. Raise your glass to the apples on trees and savor summer a little bit longer. Now's the time to travel to BC. Fall is on in Vernon.
I'm Kayla Tausche at the White House, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Eucora. Help maintain a healthy urinary tract with Eucora.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora.
It truly works miracles. The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Try today at eucora.com.
The LA Times says Perry was found dead earlier today in a hot tub at his Los Angeles home. The Times says its sources did not give a cause of death. Perry was one of the stars of the hit sitcom Friends, playing the character Chandler, being the lovable, the quirky, and usually sarcastic one of the group. Chandler's character was so well known. He was a fan favorite for so many, and that is why So many of us are mourning tonight the loss of him at the age of 54. We all felt like we knew him. He was so relatable. He was so beloved. And that love grew for him even more once his memoir came out last year, and he talked about all the struggles he had, but behind the scenes when he was on Friends. In fact, he had talked about how he was addicted through every season except for, I believe, the 9th season. And yet he was able to persevere and, as he said, break the cycle of addiction and go on to write a memoir. And now we're learning that he's dead at the age of 54, found in a hot tub by authorities, according to sources telling CNN, found dead today in a hot tub. We're still learning about the circumstances, but the LA Times says no foul play, according to their law enforcement sources. I want to bring in my colleague, Laura, who is just, I am just in shock. I'm really still in shock, right, Laura Coates, because I grew up with him. I grew up with Chandler Bing. I love, watching the reruns of Chandler Bing. And it is just so heartbreaking to think about the fact that he's gone, but he leaves behind an incredible legacy, does he not?
Pam, you are so right. I mean, you think about Chandler Bing, and you think about, of course, who he was as a person. And it was almost a year ago to the date, Pam, that I had a chance to meet Mathew Perry. I was doing Real Time with Bill Maher. He was the guest as well as me, and I remember being in the hallway as you're getting ready to go backstage and approach, and he held out his hand and he says, "Hi, I'm Matt." And I thought, yeah, I know. And he was so self-deprecating. He was so relatable. He was so real in the moment. And he had such a quality that had a really non-Hollywood vibe. You think you're going to meet someone who is obviously going to have the air of having been this phenomenal star for so long, just like you, watching him, having my friends compare the boys they like to, well, is he a Ross or is he a Chandler or is he a Joey Tribbiani? And you had the Rachel haircuts and you knew this person and all that he was saying. It's just such a devastating loss. Pam, thank you so much. I mean, he really was one of the stars of such an iconic show that it's really feel like you lost a friend today.
We all feel that way. I'm getting texts from friends from all over the places saying, "I can't believe Mathew Perry is gone. Oh my gosh." I mean, we're all really feeling it. And you, Laura Coates, the fact that you got to interact with him not too long ago and, meet the real Mathew Perry, not just the Chandler Bing that we're all familiar with, but meet the real person behind the scenes, as you said, it was so not Hollywood, which I just love, and he's so relatable. It's not surprising. So I'm going to hand it over to you now, Laura, as you continue to honor Mathew Perry's legacy tonight.
Pam Brown, thank you so much. We've been talking about this death of this iconic figure, Perry. He was one of the stars of the hit sitcom Friends, playing the character Chandler Bing, a character who often, needed backup from his fellow friends. Well, as we see in this clip, take a look.
Whoa. Hey, now remember what we talked about. You gotta be strong.
Yes.
Now, one more time. Hey, don't you want a washboard stomach and rock-hard pecs?
No, I want a flabby gut and saggy man breasts.
Good, that's good.
Okay. I want to quit the gym.
You want to quit?
I want to quit the gym.
You do realize you won't have access to our new full-service Swedish spa.
I want to quit the gym.
Okay. Dave in the membership office handles quitters. Excuse me. Are you a member?
Me? No.
Sorry, members only.
I want to quit the gym.
It's okay, man. Be strong.
Can he be any more Chandler? We all remember that scene and that one and how every episode began with the one where, remember that in the title? Well, Friends ran for 10 seasons from 1994 to 2004, and there was not a complete cast reunion until 2021. But over the years, some of the Friends did get together from time to time, like here. Take a look at when Mathew Perry was guest hosting right here on CNN back in 2014, interviewing his former co-star, Lisa Kudrow.
People are always asking me, do I watch the show? And I don't really watch the show. It's odd. I don't watch it. Do you watch?
No, not much.
Yeah.
Not much. It's hard. If I see that it's on, I have to check my mood. I don't know if you're the same way. If I'm in a bad mood, I'm not gonna like seeing myself at all.
Right. But if you're in a good mood,
if I'm in a good mood, I'm like, oh, not bad.
Do you have a ring that tells you watch Friends, don't watch Friends?
I have a ring in here that tells
in your
me.
heart.
In my heart.
You have a ring in your heart.
That's what it is.
Let me tell you that.
But I think all of you guys are hilarious every time. My God, they're talented. My God, they're so funny.
Well,
why did I suck so much?
That's the neurosis. That's why we're all not plumbers. That's why we're actors and neurotic and needy.
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, good night.
That's fun. So I was doing a Hollywood Reporter interview a couple of weeks ago, or like a month ago, and it was one of those, hey, I hope I get nominated for an Emmy interviews. I did not. It did not work.
Oh.
But I still had to do the interview.
Okay, well, I voted for you.
You did?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't know we voted. Did we vote?
Oh, well, you forgot to vote for yourself.
Yeah, that's why I lose all the time. I found myself sort of reminiscing about how much fun the show was, and the hours that we worked, and how much you could see how much we laughed and everything. And I found myself saying, if I had a time machine, I would like to go back to 2004 and not have stopped.
Oh.
Yeah. So
no.
I found that. So just assuming for a second that time machines are just around.
Okay.
Would you get a time machine and have stopped? Would you want to change that, or?
Yeah, I mean, if it were up to us,
yeah,
like individually,
yeah,
then yeah.
You would have kept going, or you would have stopped?
Oh, I would keep going.
Yeah.
I mean, I figured, there would have come a time anyway, when someone would have said, we've had enough.
Right.
But why not have fun until they do?
Yeah, I guess the ideology was that, like, we would decide, because that would be better. But I disagree.
Right.
Looking back, no, don't make us decide. Let's keep going. It's the greatest job in the world.
It was. No, I mean, we had a lot of fun. It was just really fun. But I think we were extremely appreciative at the time, by the way. It's not like, we did not appreciate how fun it was, how good the writing was. We were all very proud and appreciative.
We definitely knew we were a part of something special, and we're very grateful the whole time. But I think just in that meeting where we all said, let's stop, I probably would have said, hey, let's not stop.
Yeah, me too.
So many people are so familiar with Friends. It never really has stopped in anyone's mind. I mean, there are people who I know personally who learned English watching Friends, who are still learning and relating to Matthew Perry as Chandler Bing, and there's that moment frozen in time for so many people, and that's even just starting there. I remember when he was an actor in the 80s and 90s, and even, wasn't he on Charles in Charge at one point in time? I mean, that's how far back you can remember him. With me now is Karen Heller. She's a national features writer for the Washington Post. Karen, thank you so much for being with us tonight. I mean, the world is really shocked to think about this person no longer being with us. He feels so familiar to so many people who have either grown up watching him, have watched it in the reruns and syndication, or have learned and revisited for the very first time. It's stunning.
And first of all, was the exceptional chemistry of these 6 actors. They worked so hard. I mean, there was a series about the casting of this, and they got everything right. And we saw them grow up. He was 24 years old when this show started, very young, and we watched him go from 24 to 34. But they hit the characters almost immediately. They knew who they were, and while they kind of grew, they also, which is true in sitcoms, they stayed the same, because that's what the comfort was. We knew how, they would react, and particularly Chandler, his sarcasm and his sort of trying to be cooler than he actually was, and, the scene you just showed, right?
It's so true. I mean,
he needed help.
It's funny when you think about what makes a great sitcom, what makes great writing, what makes great acting, is you start to wonder which came first, the chicken or the egg. Was it the writing, and then this person has evolved, or the character? You start with that person, and then everything just makes sense to the point you're in the writing room going, he would never say that. He would say this. He really embodied the roles, and those actors around him, as you say, it just clicked.
Right. And well, everyone in the show, the producers, the writers, it all worked, and they didn't have a lot of sets. Occasionally they traveled, but it was all about the chemistry. And you may recall that they knew quite quickly, as young as they were, how important they were to NBC and to their audience, and they negotiated, and this was very public, they each negotiated together with their agents and got $1 million an episode, because they knew they had true value. This was must-see TV, Thursday night destination, it was comfort food, and so they grew up and we watched them, but we also, there was a comfort of the familiar with these characters.
Karen, I had forgotten about that $1 million per episode deal at the time. That was so unheard of. Not only the amount, perhaps, but that they negotiated together. And remember, this was women and men in the cast who were able to know their worth, who was respected, who had that power to go collectively. It says a lot about the entirety of the cast. But then I just I'm trying to remember and realize, 24 years old, that's when we first met him as Chandler Bing. The enormity of the pressure of being a star at that age. Can you imagine?
No, and also they knew their value, and Courtney Cox was the best known of the six of them when the show started. She had been in this video with Bruce Springsteen. She had been a model for 17 magazine, but they knew they really were a team, and you could see this in it. But Matthew Perry's struggles with addiction was singular of this group. He just had epic battles with addiction. And when I interviewed, you met him at the same time about a year ago now. It's just traumatizing what he did to his body, the amount of abuse, and it was unfathomable. I was concerned about this book tour, that he was, reliving all of this. He would be shown his weight fluctuations, which went up and down 100 pounds during Friends. And he had to relive this, but I think it was cathartic for him to do this book. He really saw this as another act, a fresh, renewal, and he really hoped it would lead to new acting roles. But I worried about how much he had to talk about this, with you, with me. He almost died. His colon burst. He was in a coma for 2 weeks. He 2% chance of living. He was 5 months in the hospital. He was so brave to share all this. Lisa Kudrow told me this. She couldn't believe his bravery, but it was a nightmare, his addiction battles.
I mean, the part of the book, one of the subtexts, that big terrible thing, and it's there are so many people who in his position could have easily just never addressed it, could have stayed in a bubble, could have allowed people to think and care about what they wanted, but it almost became a calling for him, and as you mentioned, maybe cathartic, equal parts liberating, to share that part. And he talked about relapsing like 60 or 70 times, but it seemed as though he was coming out of it. He had reclaimed a lot of his autonomy and authority to be able to speak about these issues. And many thought when he first wrote a memoir at such a young age, even though he started at such a young age, that it was almost premature to write about one's life. But it really was prescient, thinking now about what he was able to offer in the short amount of time that he was on this planet, and the foresight to have a memoir at this moment in time. Karen Heller, thank you so much for sharing what you remember and know about your experiences as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are so many moments that I'm sure you're thinking in your mind right now, and I would bet with a smile when you're thinking about him as an actor and about the bravery that our guest just spoke of in terms of sharing what has become all across this country far too familiar for so many households, so many individuals across this country. The battle with addiction, the battle of relapsing, the battle of wanting to share one story and being afraid of the scrutiny, of the blaring light and whoever is watching. But I tell you, when you think about all that he was able to accomplish in his life and all the different moments and just the smile that you see, always just about to crack a sarcastic joke, self-deprecating, and yet a twinkle in the eye, I bet you're going to remember him in the way that he would like to be remembered. What did he say to the LA Times last year? That it wasn't a bad thing when you ran into him. There's still so much to talk about. We're talking about Mathew Perry. Now we have learned he is dead at the age of just 54. For so many people, they're reminiscing to all the lives that have been lost and early when it comes to so many people that we have gained such a familiarity with. I bet you spent countless nights watching reruns in your bed before you've gone to sleep or throughout your day. And tonight, it seems that the headline is, "The One, but we lost a friend." We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Ideal and I lost 90 pounds on Golo. I struggled with weight loss and weight gain my entire life. With all the yo-yo dieting I did in the past, I would lose 20, 30, 50 pounds just to gain them over and over again. In 1 year, I've lost 5 sizes and I'm on my way to lose another 3. With Golo, I can do it.
Change your life at Golo.com. That's GOLO.com.
This is melasma. I'm trying to get rid of it.
Introducing Muesli Face RX. Prescription skincare delivered straight to your door.
Now that Muesli is out there, they just see the confident young woman.
See for yourself at muesli.com/TV.
That first time you take a step back.
I made that.
With your very own online store.
I sold that.
And you can manage it all in one place.
I built this.
And it was easy, with a partner that puts you first. GoDaddy.
Not all fruit and vegetable supplements are created equal. While many use common produce, Field of Greens uses specific whole fruits and vegetables, each known for their powerful health benefits. Field of Greens is an organic superfood. Each fruit and vegetable support an essential health function. Some support heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support immune system, energy, and metabolism for healthy weight loss. So how do you know if you should take Field of Greens? If you're stressed out and busy, if you don't always eat right, including too much fast food, and you don't get enough exercise, you need Field of Greens. How will you know if Field of Greens is working? At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. I trust Field of Greens for my health, and you can too.
Get 15% off with promo code BOOST at fieldofgreens.com. That's fieldofgreens.com. Product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Money back terms and conditions apply.
We're back tonight with more on the death of actor Mathew Perry, who passed away today at the age of 54 years old. The LA Times reports that Perry was found dead around 4 this afternoon in a hot tub at his home in Los Angeles. As we've said, Mathew Perry was very open about his struggles with addiction, even when Friends was still on the air, as he discussed with Larry King right here on CNN back in 2002.
Maybe it's unexplainable. What happened? Why would someone with everything going his way fall prey to drugs and alcohol?
So we're entering the serious portion of the interview.
Yes.
All right.
And it puzzles those who don't. I mean, I was a tobacco addict, so I understand addiction. I smoked for 35 years, 3 packs a day, and I smoked in the shower. I had a smoke, so I know what it is to be. But why?
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing is that you asked me this question 2 years ago. I would have no knowledge. I mean, just no idea. I didn't know why this was happening to me. I thought it was. I kind of thought it was, a question of weakness or a lack of strength or a lack of will or just being spoiled or something like that.
Why can't I not do this?
Yeah, exactly. Because it was, of course, never my intention to. I was never this, partier. Let's close down a hotel room, and I was just a guy that was drinking more and more and couldn't stop, and was trying to kind of live my life that way. And so what happened was actually on the set of Serving Sarah's when I kind of had a little. The best way I can describe it is kind of a spiritual moment where for a split second you see everything kind of clearly. I can't really describe it because it's it's about stuff that's bigger than I can I can really put into words. But I decided I needed to prioritize my life, and I decided that I needed to risk all the bad publicity. I needed to leave the movie. I needed to leave the TV show, and I needed to go get help because I was worried about, it got to the point where I was wondering if I was going to survive. I was wondering
Just alcohol.
Yeah, well, it was alcohol, and then there were other drugs that are actually just as dangerous that I was taking to try to drink less. But it's a completely crazy time.
God, he was just 33 years old during that interview. The reaction is coming into the breaking news. The death of Mathew Perry, the popular actor from the 90s sitcom Friends. We'll be back in a moment.
We are seeing something that we have not seen yet ever in American history. A speaker pushed out. It's the biggest FU to Republican voters I've ever seen.
Things are very heated right now, very emotional.
Will this ever be over?
Minutes from now, there could be a new House Speaker.
Mike Johnson, the new Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, just elected.
Republicans say they are finally ready to move ahead and put aside the ugly chapter.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people like Sam who make
Everyday products, designed smarter.
Like a smart coffee grinder.
That order scratch beans for you.
Oh, genius. For more breakthroughs like that,
I need a breakthrough card.
like ours, with 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more.
Plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases.
And with greater spending potential, Sam can keep making smart
A
ideas.
brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card from Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours.
On the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, we encourage Canadians to pause and remember all that veterans have sacrificed for us, lest we forget.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for 26 bucks.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
I'm Jim Shudo in northern Israel, and this is CNN.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We are back with breaking news just into CNN. Actor Mathew Perry has died at the age of 54. Law enforcement sources reporting that the Friends star was found dead about 4 o'clock this afternoon in a hot tub at his Los Angeles home. The LA Times reports its sources, and of course, we also are reporting here at CNN. We do not know yet the cause of his death, and the investigation is ongoing. There appears to be no sign of foul play, but robbery homicide detectives from the LA Police Department are also investigating and looking into this issue. Perry appeared in countless other TV shows in addition to Friends, but of course, he is perhaps best known for the role of Chandler Bing in Friends. The sitcom ran for 10 seasons, and he appeared in every single episode. You know him so well, it's hard to maybe even separate Chandler Bing from Mathew Perry. But he wrote a great deal about the distinction between the two. He battled with alcohol and drugs, specifically painkillers, and that was very well known. He wrote about his addiction in his memoir that he titled Friends, Lovers, and the Big Terrible Thing, including that he went to rehab more than 60 times to try to get the help he needed. CNN's Camila Bernal is in Los Angeles. Camila, what more do we know about the loss of what feels like a friend to everyone, Mathew Perry?
Yeah, Laura, really a lot of shock and sadness coming from Hollywood and from his fans after learning the news. Now, we know some of the details according to the LA Times because what they're saying is that this was an apparent drowning accident. They're also saying that there is no foul play at the moment. They're citing law enforcement sources. Now, we did get confirmation from LA Fire that a 911 call was made at 4:07 p.m. And they said that this call was for a water rescue emergency. Then LAPD also saying that they did respond to a home matching Perry's address, and that was for a death investigation. So again, all of this is still fast moving and developing, and we are waiting for authorities to give us more details and confirmation. Now, I do want to go back to the beginning. Matthew Perry was born in Massachusetts. His father was an actor, his mother a journalist, and when the two split up, he moved with his mother to Canada. So he spent a while in Canada, and it was there that he sort of developed this love for tennis. He was actually a top-ranked tennis player while he was in Canada. Then he moved back to the U.S. as a teenager, and that's when he started this acting career following his father's footsteps. He started with small roles and then got bigger roles, and eventually that led him to Friends, which was, of course, the one role that truly made him famous. And it was just something that people loved to watch and still do over and over again as they watch the replays. It was the jokes, the mannerisms, the way that he just made everyone laugh and made himself relatable. These were friends off screen and on screen. They're famously known for having negotiated their contracts together and making having sort of the highest salary in a TV series together as a group. So they're a tight-knit group of friends on and off the camera. Also important to point out that he specifically said that he shared his struggles with addiction because he wanted to help other people. And so I think that's part of the reason why a lot of people were also able to relate to him. He said that one of the things that was shocking to him was his own resilience, and said that he was just able to bounce back from what he said was torture and awfulness. And he was open about it. He was candid. He was emotional during the interviews when he was promoting his book, as he spoke about these struggles with addiction. And so, again, this is just something that he put out in the open for the public to learn about and to relate to. That's also part of the reason why so many people today are mourning his loss and honoring his memory, his legacy, and what he left us on TV, because, again, people are still watching it today, Laura.
Camila Bernal, it's so true what you say, and I'm even looking across social media and remembering myself about all the funny lines he delivered. I mean, who can forget every time you're trying to move a couch up some stairs, the pivot discussion that's happening, everything. I mean, there's so many moments, and you just can't help but smile when you think about how quintessential, or as he would say, can he be any more Chandler. Camila Bernal staying with us, please. Perry was one of the stars of the hit sitcom Friends, which was produced by Warner Brothers, and we want to share that statement that we just got a short time ago from the Warner Brothers television group. It says, "We are devastated by the passing of our dear friend, Mathew Perry. Mathew was an incredibly gifted actor and an indelible part of the Warner Brothers television group family. The impact of his comedic genius was felt around the world, and his legacy will live on in the hearts of so many. This is a heartbreaking day, and we send our love to his family, his loved ones, and all of his devoted fans." And tonight there is reaction from the official Friends social media account. Quote, "We are devastated to learn of Mathew Perry's passing. He was a true gift to us all. Our heart goes out to his family, loved ones, and all of his fans." There is reaction across Hollywood tonight as well. Melissa Rivers, actress and TV host, posting on X, "A high school classmate died today. So sad. Gone too soon. R.I.P." Actress Mira Sorvino wrote on X tonight, "Oh no, Mathew Perry, you sweet, troubled soul. May you find peace and happiness in heaven, making everyone laugh with your singular wit." She followed that with 3 broken hearts. There are tributes that are coming in to Mathew Perry from some of the regulars who also appeared on Friends. That includes Maggie Wheeler, who played Chandler's on-again, off-again girlfriend, Janice. Who could forget that relationship? Wheeler writing on Instagram, "What a loss. The world will miss you, Mathew Perry. The joy you brought to so many in your too short lifetime will live on. I feel so very blessed by every creative moment we shared." I want to bring in entertainment reporter Elizabeth Wagmeister as well. Elizabeth, when you're looking at this, I mean, what is your reaction here to what you are seeing and the enormous support and memories that are swelling in?
You really get a sense of who Mathew Perry was, and all of these messages that you are reading, and I've been looking through them as well. You really see how good of a friend he truly was to everyone. He feels like a friend to you and me and everyone at home, but to the people in Hollywood who knew him, he was an unbelievable person. I was just texting right now with a publicist at NBC who told me that they would tweet back and forth about the Kings. I guess that Mathew Perry was a fan of the LA Kings, and that one day he just invited him over to his home and said, "Come watch with me." And you put that into perspective, this is one of the biggest stars in television history, just inviting someone over who he doesn't really know that well. It seems like that was the type of guy that he was, and I can share a bit of a story with you. I never interviewed Mathew Perry, but I do remember when I was an assistant at TV Guide magazine at the beginning of my career, he had a show that was on NBC called Go On. Not many people may remember it. It just lasted one short season, but it was such a big deal that Mathew Perry, the star of Friends, was coming back to NBC, that we really wanted to get a cover with him. That was going to be a big get. And I have to tell you, he didn't want to do it. He wasn't someone who liked to do press. And that says a lot about who Mathew Perry was as a person. It's rare in Hollywood to find a star who doesn't want to be on a magazine cover. But this just shows that he was in it for the love of his craft, for acting, for making people laugh. He wasn't in it for the attention. And I think we can see that just by who he was. He wasn't someone who was at a ton of Hollywood events. He wasn't always out. You don't know much about his private life other than what he shared so deeply in his memoir. So I think that says a lot about him. One of the most successful television stars of all time, but really not such a Hollywood star.
That's an important point. I remember reading that he had asked out Jennifer Aniston, I think 3 years before Friends even happened, and she declined and then said they wanted to be friends. And of course, how prescient was that? That they, of course, not only were they friends, they were the friends going forward. I myself had a chance to meet him just almost a year to the date last year when I had the privilege of doing a show with Bill Maher, and he came on to promote his book. And, you know, he was giving it back to Bill Maher as much as Bill Maher was giving it to him. He was self-deprecating. He was kind. He actually introduced himself to me and said, "Hi, I'm Matt." After he was interviewed and talked about all the different things, he was so humble. I remember him turning and kind of saying, "Is that okay?" And in that moment, I just thought, well, yeah, Matt, it was great. You done well, kid. And it was just a moment. I thought, how many people who you've known and been watching for 30 years of our lives, would you look at him and think that he still was kind enough to introduce himself, wasn't into all the Hollywood, aura around him, and just seemed like the kind of person you could sit down, maybe at a Central Perk kind of coffee shop and just talk,
Absolutely. And I have to tell you, I have interviewed just about everybody in this business, and that isn't typical. You would think that to introduce yourself would just happen, but it really doesn't all the time. When these stars are on these press junkets, as we call them, when they're doing 30 interviews in a day, a lot of it's just very cut and dry. And I think from your experience, what I would take away from that is how human he was. And he never got too big. He always thought of himself just as a normal person who happened to be on television. You bring up some of his dating history, which I think it's fun to bring up some of these memories that he has spoken about. And I was actually just going back and reading some of his book, and in his memoir, which, by the way, Laura, so eerie that really that was just about 1 year ago to the date. It's October 28th right now. His memoir came out on November 1st. So tragic that he is gone now, just a year after he wrote that. But I was going back, and he spoke about how he dated Julia Roberts for a bit. And there's a quote in there that I want to read to you, if that's all right, something that Mathew Perry wrote. He spoke about how he broke up with her. Nothing was wrong, but that he basically preemptively broke up with Julia Roberts. This is what he wrote, quote, "I was not enough. I can never be enough. I was broken, bent, unlovable. So instead of facing the inevitable agony of losing her, I broke up with the beautiful and brilliant Julia Roberts," end quote. That shows you also the demons that he was facing. This is the height of his fame. He's starring on Friends. He's dating Julia Roberts, but he himself felt so broken inside, had issues with his confidence. And the fact that he came out to say this in his memoir, I think really shows that he was just a human being. Again, rich and famous, sure, but I think a lot of people can relate to him, that he didn't always feel all that.
I mean, as you said, could he be any more Chandler? I was going through and looking at some of the lines that, friends and I are sort of texting back and forth about the moments of Chandler, and one thing is Ross saying, "I went to that tanning place your wife suggested," and Chandler, "Was that place the Sun?" I mean, just the way he would deliver a line was always sort of this biting. It kind of reminded you of the way B. Arthur, I'm telling my age here, used to deliver a line in response to Rose Nyland on my favorite show, Golden Girls. It was always sort of this very witty moment when he would have a rhetorical question and response to demonstrate the person talking to him was not the sharpest tool in the shed, and yet it came across not as cruel, but as you made yourself laugh. You laughed at yourself in that moment. And you make a great point about the memoir in particular, because he goes into extraordinary detail about the battle with addiction. He talks about what was going on physiologically. He even talks about, at times, how he would go to open houses in Los Angeles and Hollywood just to be able to raid the medicine cabinets in the hope of finding any sort of drugs or anything else he could actually use, and how people would never suspect a thing because, God, Chandler Bing would not have done this. So he knew about how he was perceived in spite of that addiction. And, Elizabeth, when you think about you've interviewed so many stars and so many actors and artists across the globe, some really resent being attached to a particular project. They feel pigeonholed. They don't want to always be associated with what made them as famous as they are. They want to be seen more broadly. It seemed he always embraced the fact that he was Chandler Bing to you.
Absolutely, and that's such a great point that you bring up, Laura, because you do hear people talk about being typecast or how they felt stuck in this role and nobody could ever see them any other way. And you never really heard him say that. In fact, if you look at the entire cast of Friends, they really embrace that show. They know what this means to viewers around the world. They know what it means to them in their careers. We just saw them get together for that major reunion. Just seeing them all come together was such a big deal, something that every entertainment reporter, including myself, had been reporting on for years and years. When is there going to be a reboot? When is there going to be a reunion? And when you saw them get together, you could really tell it jumped off the screen, this camaraderie. They were a family, not just on screen, but off screen too. And Mathew Perry, he was grateful for this role. He wrote in his book, the reason why he was coming forward with all of his struggles was really to help people. He knows how much he and the character of Chandler Bing that he played reached people, came into their home. We're talking about how multiple generations have watched this show. Kids today are discovering the show on streaming. This is a series that will really go on forever. His legacy will continue forever. People will continue to discover his talent around the world, and that is not something that you can say for really any star or any television show. Mathew Perry is in a different category and a different stratosphere when it comes to television icons, really.
You're so right, and I'm wondering just how his co-stars across not only television but film, Jules Rushin with Selma Hayek, to name one. You've got others like The Good Wife he was on. He made an appearance on West Wing and other shows as well. We remember him, of course, from Friends, but it must just be such a shock, especially with the brave just unbelievable candor that he displayed, and really demonstrating how relatable he was, even to what is afflicting so many people across this country and the battle of addiction. Elizabeth Wagmeister, thank you so much.
Thank you.
The reaction is coming in to the breaking news, the death of Mathew Perry, the popular actor from the 90s sitcom Friends. We'll be back in a moment.
Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too tight here, too loose there, too long there? Standard jeans use just 2 measurements, and Taylor Custom Jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now. Download the M-Tailor app on iOS or Android. Choose from hundreds of styles. M-Tailor measures you digitally and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee, get your new favorite pair of jeans today. M-Tailor, available on the Apple App Store or Android.
Introducing Seneca Laxative Gummies.
I'm the easy way to relieve occasional constipation overnight.
Just take before bed, and the next morning,
It's showtime! And I've got mixed berry flavor.
Seneca Laxative Gummies.
Easy relief, the gummy way.
Businesses need 5G solutions today. That's why they choose T-Mobile for Business. Las Vegas Grand Prix chose T-Mobile to help power operations for one of the world's largest racing events. MLB partners with T-Mobile to advance how the game is played. And T-Mobile's network helps AAA stay connected nationwide to get their members back on the road. Now's the time to see what America's largest and fastest 5G network can do for your business.
For your most brilliant smile, Crest has you covered.
Nice smile, bro. Nice. Thanks.
Crest 3D White, 100% more stain removal. Crest.
$273. This is how much you spend every month on subscriptions. I only have like 2 or 3, right? That's what we all think. But in reality, we have so much more that we don't even know we're paying for.
So how do I put more of this cash back in my pocket?
Rocket Money is a financial app that tells you every subscription you're paying for. Even that one you forgot about from 5 years ago.
Huh, I can't believe I'm still paying for this. I'll phone cancel right now.
Whoa. With Rocket Money, they even cancel it for you.
Really?
All you have to do is tap a few buttons, and they'll take care of it. Download Rocket Money today.
Hey, Emma.
We need a mattress, right?
Yeah.
Been doing a little research.
Little?
The Safa Classic has 2 layers of springs that contour to your body.
Nice. But
It has a 3-inch Euro pillow top, Dan, and it's half the price of retail.
But I just wanted to know about dinner.
Look at this premium quality, and it's half the price of retail stores. Get proactive and get clear skin that stays clear. I got proactive and was able to take on the world head first. Now when you get proactive, get this free 4 cleansing brush with your first order. Go to proactive.com and get started today.
This is the land of free country, where freedom has been woven into every stitch and every seam for over 34 years, and where the outdoors belongs to all of us.
We're back now with the breaking news tonight from Hollywood. Actor Mathew Perry, dead at 54 years old. The LA Times says that Perry was found in a hot tub at his home in Los Angeles, though a cause of death has not been released. You know, Perry actually released a memoir just last year titled Friends, Lovers, and the Big Terrible Thing. Well, that terrible thing being his years of addiction to drugs and alcohol. Perry last year told ABC's Diane Sawyer that he was very open about his struggles in the hope that he could help others.
Your disease is just outside, just doing one-arm push-ups, just waiting for you, waiting to get you along. Because alone, you lose. to the disease. And now I finally feel okay and feel like I've got some strength.
What does it mean to feel okay?
It means that I've developed some safety nets around this. You know, for some reason, it's obviously because I was on Friends, more people will listen to me. So I've got to take advantage of that. I've got to help as many people as I can.
Using the platform for what would help people. As we continue to share a reaction to the death of Mathew Perry, we're getting more from Melissa Rivers in an exclusive statement to CNN. Rivers says, "I lost a dear friend from high school today. We were in high school plays together, and even then, he was the most talented guy in the room. Of my very few happy memories from high school, Mathew was always a part of them. So sad. He will be missed. Rest in peace." I want to bring in senior TV features editor for Variety, Emily Longaretta. Emily, thank you so much for being here. You know, what are you hearing about what happened?
You know, unfortunately, the details are still really, really lacking, and I think that that's out of respect for his friends and family, who we hear are gathering at his house now. So, of course, there are still police on the scene, and they're still trying to figure out what the cause of death was. But, of course, he was found unresponsive this afternoon in his hot tub, according to LAPD sources. So right now, that's all we know, and we're kind of just monitoring social media, monitoring, everyone who knew him and wants to share these beautiful tributes like you just read from Melissa Rivers. I mean, there's a few people from Friends who have spoken out as well, some of the supporting characters, including Maggie Wheeler, who, of course, you can't say the words Chandler Bing without hearing Janice's voice. And, she shared, "What a loss. The world will miss you, Mathew Perry. The joy you brought to so many in your short lifetime will live on." And I think that is so, so important to note that voice, that joy that he brought will definitely live on. And it's really, really nice to see things like that on such a tragic, tragic night.
I mean, you're so right. You think about all of the shows, and the entire universe of shows that people watch, that people will reference, that we've got pop culture references to all the time. I mean, just in the last 5 years alone, let alone the last 20 or 30 years, and Friends is quoted as quickly as anything else. Friends is referenced, the relationships there people are familiar with. It's still very popular, even for people who've unplugged. It's still popular on streaming as well. I mean, his legacy as an actor, as an artist, is really something that people can't take for granted.
Mm-hmm. That is so, so true, and it's a great way to look at it. He has had such an impact as an actor and a comedian. I mean, of course, Friends is the thing that everyone thinks of because, again, no one could be Chandler Bing. Friends wouldn't have been Friends without that group of cast, but that really includes him, and that's really hard to think of a world that exists now. TV is very different today. The sitcom world is very different today, and it doesn't exist where people are tuning in every single week to watch a certain group of friends gather together and 20 million people turning on their TVs and welcoming him into their living room. It's an important thing to note as well. He was, of course, on film. He was a really, really big TV actor. And a thing that comes along with being a TV star is that you really are welcomed into people's homes. So people fell in love with him. Of course, they fell in love with Chandler Bing, but they also fell in love with his character Joe on The West Wing. They fell in love with him on Go On, his short-lived series that was on. The many, many things that he popped up in, and the Odd Couple revival. The list goes on, and that really goes back to what an incredible actor he was with such amazing comedic timing. I mean, it's really, really, it goes kind of to show that the most famous lines of Friends were a lot of his, and that's because of his cadence in delivering those lines of "Could I be more excited?" That is what Mathew Perry brought to Chandler. That wasn't written in. He created that, and that's something that is a really, really nice thing to think about.
I mean, Emily, could you be more right about what you've just described when it comes to Mathew Perry? And as you mentioned, I mean, first of all, there's a whole generation of people right now who are thinking to themselves, what do you mean you had to wait a week till the next episode would come on? It wasn't just binge-watched and streaming? No, we actually had to wait, and you were willing to wait. Whoever was the Thursday night, Friday night lineup, you were waiting to watch it, and it's because of the cast and crew that you're talking about there. And he used that. You heard him talk to Diane Sawyer. He used the fact that he knew how much his role and platform was really understood and, of course, relatable, and used it to open up about addiction and his struggle with addiction because he believed that it would one day help people. It came out almost a year to the date ago.
Yeah, I looked through the book a little bit. I've got it sitting right here in front of me. I picked up a copy immediately when it came out. And one of the things that he writes right in the beginning is, you know, you may know me as another name, although my name is Mathew, but I should be dead. And then he says in it, I don't write this to get pity. I don't write this for anybody to feel bad or but I want to let everyone know that if you're confused and if you're struggling and if you have a hard time stopping using drugs or drinking alcohol, that you're not alone and that you can stop, because I did. And then he goes on to share how hard it was for him and how much he suffered time and time again for many, many years. Yet he still was able to go to work, and he was still able to make these amazing shows and films, and was really, really able to do that because of his friends and family, including the Friends cast. So I think the way that the power that he had, he used that in a way to help other people, and that's very rare to see that in Hollywood.
Important to note too, he wrote about this and talked about, although he struggled with addiction, he says he was never under the influence when he was actually doing his craft, when he was on Friends, when he was on set, when he was actually acting. And in fact, season 9 was the only season of all the 10 where he was substance free. That happened to be the one he said he was most proud of, his best work, and I think the one that he was nominated for an Emmy in as well. So just thinking about what that struggle was like in front of our eyes. Emily Longaretta, thank you so much.
Thank you.
The big news from Hollywood tonight, actor Mathew Perry from the 90s sitcom Friends. He's dead tonight at the age of 54 years old after years of battling addiction. We heard his memoir. I read it just last year. It touched so many lives, as is his artistry and craft. We're back in a moment.
Hi, I'm Ben. I've lost 60 pounds on Golo. I've struggled with weight my whole life. I'm sure you like me, and you try diet after diet. If you want to stop the insanity, try Golo.
I've always been prone to hair thinning.
I was getting older. I was under a lot of stress.
I started taking Nutrafol.
Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement.
I am back to me.
Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
Why choose between a longer life or quality of life? You deserve both. And with Kisqali, a treatment for people with metastatic breast cancer, you can have both. Kisqali is a pill that, when taken with an aromatase inhibitor, is the only treatment of its kind shown to both help people live longer and improve or preserve quality of life. Because you shouldn't have to sacrifice one for the other. Kisqali can cause lung problems or an abnormal heartbeat, which can lead to death. It can cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, and low white blood cell counts that may result in severe infections. Avoid grapefruit during treatment. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including breathing problems, cough, chest pain, a change in your heartbeat, dizziness, yellowing of the skin or eyes, dark urine, tiredness, loss of appetite, abdomen pain, bleeding, bruising, fever, chills, or other symptoms of an infection, a severe or worsening rash, or plan to become pregnant or breastfeeding. Live longer and live well. Ask about Kisqali, and long live you.
Hey, you, with the small business.
Whoa.
You've got all kinds of bright ideas that your customers need to know about. Constant Contact makes it easy. With everything from managing your social posts and events to email and SMS marketing. Constant Contact delivers all the tools you need to help your business grow. Get started today at ConstantContact.com. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
Stop! I am a good zombie! This October, spirits come home to rest all month long.
This place is really haunted. What a weird mystery.
With Hollow Stream on Disney+.
We're gonna scare you. Boo.
Home is where the hunt is.
It's time.
Key ingredients backed by 5 clinical studies.
Instaflex Advanced is so powerful. I had better knees in just 1 week.
Instaflex Advanced is the #1 selling joint brand at GNC, but you can only get your complimentary sample by texting yoga to 321-321. Plus, text now. It will include a tube of Instaflex pain cream for fast-acting relief in the pain of arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles, absolutely free. Text YOGA. to 321321 today.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Page Publishing. Want to publish a book? We'll review your manuscript for free.
If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call 800-563-0741.
We're back with the breaking news tonight. Mathew Perry, dead at the age of 54. He, of course, starred in the 90s sitcom that so many people still watch today as Chandler Bing. And there's so much support coming in for his artistry, for his work, for his friendship, all across Hollywood, all across social media, all across people like you and I who grew up watching him, still have watched it, can reference all the lines and remember him as Chandler Bing. And can he be any more Chandler? Actress Octavia Spencer wrote on Instagram tonight, quote, "I'm incredibly saddened to hear of Mathew Perry's passing today. His gift to the world will be remembered forever. Sending love to Mathew's family, friends, co-stars, and millions of fans around the world." Actress Selma Blair posted a photo of herself with Perry writing, quote, "My oldest boy friend. All of us loved Mathew Perry, and I did especially. Every day. I loved him unconditionally, and he me. And I'm broken. Broken-hearted. Sweet dreams, Maddie. Sweet dreams." And this came in from Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
Wow.
He writes, quote, "Mathew Perry's passing is shocking and saddening. I'll never forget the schoolyard games we used to play, and I know people around the world are never going to forget the joy he brought them. Thanks for all the laughs, Mathew. You were loved, and you will be missed." You know, Perry joked about reports that he had once beat up Justin Trudeau when they were in elementary school together. In fact, the late night host Stephen Colbert even pressed Mathew Perry for the truth on what really happened there.
Now, who gets recognized more in Canada, you or Trudeau?
I would say Trudeau. But you know, there was a big rumor about us.
What?
That I beat him up in grade school.
Did you?
I don't think so. No.
But you're not entirely sure.
No. My friends Brian Murray and Chris Murray, who were the guys and myself who invented that weird way of talking. You know, could it be colder in here?
Sure.
Could
Yeah.
it be colder in here, by the way?
Yes.
It's really
No,
cold.
it could not.
Okay.
No.
So they told me that we beat up Justin Trudeau, and I just believed them. And somehow he got the story, and he tweeted me, and he wanted to have a fight. And I said, "You have your own army. No thanks."
Every time you talk to you think to yourself and you remember him and why it was so fun to watch and why you waited to watch week after week what was going on. With me now is Karen Heller. She's a national features writer for the Washington Post. You know, Karen, it almost feels odd. I'm sitting here thinking about a life that's lost, and so many people are remembering him with a smile. We're seeing him on the screen, the photographs with his co-stars. We're seeing that, you know, the closed mouth, witty yet mischievous yet smug and fun smile he, of course, had and characterized him. And there's something about a person like him who was on air for as long as he was in such an iconic role that people can't help but perhaps smile reminiscing about what he meant to their childhood, their teenagers, their young adulthood, their adulthood, and what his role meant to them.
Right. Yeah, I mean, this show was really pure joy. And what I think, thinking about Friends, for many years, not a lot happened on Friends, if you think about it. And remember what a shock it was when they finally put Chandler and Monica together. Because, you know, you love the sort of routines and the little, you know, they got themselves into fixes, they got themselves out of fixes. You know, we depended on them to have certain kinds of reactions. And I just remember how stunning it was when they look at that, when they put the two of them together, and how mortified and how were they going to tell the group, and would it change the dynamics of it. So, you know, that was to me the biggest event in some ways that happened on that show, was the writers and producers look at that, deciding to put the two of them together.
It's true, you know, you think about, we joke about shows like Seinfeld being the show about nothing, right? Or how often you have these sort of situational comedies between friends. And for so many people, they created a sense of what people thought it was like to live in New York, to create a family out of friendships, to have the give and take. Some who were childhood and high school friends, like Ross and him, I believe, early on, or Monica, and of course Rachel, and then growing into the other friendships between Joey Tribbiani and of course Phoebe and her guitar and Central Perk and all the different aspects of it. And you had a sense that you were kind of one of them. And yet, in spite of all we were seeing behind the scenes, he was really struggling. He was struggling with trying to land those the jokes night after night.
Right. You know, the clip you showed earlier of him on Larry King, I looked that up. That is the 1 year he was sober.
Wow.
So when he was talking to Larry King, according to his book, that was the only time that he was not drinking and taking massive amounts of drugs. And I think that's also what's so moving about this. I mean, the loss is that on the one hand, there's all this joy, friends, and his talent. Even though it was known on the cast about his using, he kept working. You know, Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip, Mr. Sunshine, Go On, The West Wing, The Good Wife. He was in demand, and he didn't just do comedy. I mean, he was really talented at that, but he did straight roles too on The West Wing. And yet he was in this elite group of 6, and yet he was separate because he was the one who struggled so, you know, it's just epic to read about this. And the book, I think, was as much therapy for him. He, you know, going on this tour, he talked so openly about the pain and the damage. He talked, you know, I didn't spend that much time with him, but it was like a therapy session. He said he could have married 5 or 6 women, but he couldn't commit, and he wasn't worthy of them. He had to pay someone to live with him because he was so worried about using, and he said he was scared to be alone, and he's telling me this, a stranger. He said an absolute, here, I found the quote here, he said, "I have a never-ending need for attention, but it's never the right kind of attention. It didn't work. It didn't fix the hole in me." And that is also rare for somebody to be that honest. I think the book, he really saw the book as a way to fix him and to relaunch himself. He was hoping possibly that the memoir would be made into a television movie. He hoped that he would get more work from it. He wanted the world to he wanted to share his experience and hope to help people. But I also think it was extremely therapeutic for him.
Karen Heller, thank you so much. That book came out a year ago next week. It's unbelievable to think about how prescient it really was. We want to take a moment yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable to think about that. I mean, we want to take a moment, though, to remember Mathew Perry for the laughs that he brought to so many. Take a look at this moment, a moment from Friends that showed that special relationship between Chandler and Joey.
Where's my underwear? Whoa. Come on, what? You took his underwear? He took my essence. Okay, hold on. Joey, why can't you just wear the underwear you're wearing now? Because I'm not wearing any underwear now. Okay, then why do you have to wear underwear tonight? It's a rented tux, okay? I'm not gonna go commando in another man's fatigue.
Well, then it looks like somebody's gonna have to give somebody back his cushions.
Okay. You hide my clothes, I'm gonna do the exact opposite to you.
What are you gonna show me my clothes?
Hey, opposite is opposite.
He's got nothing!
Okay, buddy boy, here it is. You hide my clothes, I'm wearing everything you own.
Oh my God! That is so not the opposite of taking somebody's underwear.
Look at me, I'm Chandler. Could I be wearing any more clothes? Maybe if I wasn't going commando. Whew. I'll tell you, it's hot with all this stuff on. I better not do any, I don't know, lunges. Okay, enough with the lunging. No, I'm sick of this. this, okay? I've had up to here with you two. Neither of you can come to the party.
Jeez, what a baby.
We're back in a moment.
The new CNN prime time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN prime time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro.
Sean, do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them. Wow.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All three on us. Only on Verizon.
We're being flooded with false information. The more we mindlessly share, the more misinformation threatens us and puts our democracy at risk. But together, we can help protect our communities before it's too late. It's time to check our sources and verify our facts. Let's care before we share. A tree can be unifying, inviting diverse communities to gather over common roots. A tree can be innovative, effortlessly pulling carbon from the air. A tree can be noble, actively nurturing life in an uncertain world. The Arbor Day Foundation has been planting trees for 50 years, in every season and soil, every climate and corner of the earth. A tree can be transformational, helping us turn local action into global impact. That's why now is the time for trees. Lots of trees. Let's tell the world everything a tree can be. Because a tree can be a solution. Let's put millions of solutions in the ground together.
Innovation transforms the world, moving us forward not just in steps, but in leaps and bounds. Innovation created a healthcare system so extraordinary, it not only improves the lives of veterans, it transforms the lives of healthcare professionals, collaborating through integrated care teams, accessing the latest technology, working with the most advanced medical science, and even creating it. Like discovering new ways to integrate technology with the human body. It's a unique culture of transformation that leads to solutions that best serve our veterans. The Department of Veterans Affairs, where innovation ensures those who served our nation are served by the very best. See how a career at VA can transform your future.
We're back now with our breaking news tonight. Matthew Perry, who played the beloved Chandler Bing on the sitcom Friends, has died at the age of 54. He was just 54 years old. As we remember his life and legacy, we also remember how open he was about his struggles with addiction and alcohol, especially in his recent memoir, Friends, Lovers, and the Big Terrible Thing. Here is Matthew Perry on ABC's The View just last November promoting that memoir and talking about his past struggles.
The highs and lows for me were unbelievable. I'm really grateful for all the good things that happened to me, but a lot of bad things happened to me too. And no matter how far down the scale you've gone, that means you can help more people.
Yeah.
You know? And when I went to the first, I'm just adding this in, but when I went to the first treatment center, I had no idea what was going on.
Story, yeah.
And a doctor, I had a meeting with a doctor, and as I was walking out, he went, well, just remember, this isn't your fault. And I went, what? Say that again. And he explained that it was a disease, and I had no idea, and that took so much of, it made me feel better, because it wasn't really my fault. I had this disease, I had to fight it, and I've been fighting it for so long that I now, I mean, that's the evidence that things are going well, is that I put out this book.
Unbelievably poignant and resonating with so many people. It's really clear that despite going through such painful experiences, that he really still wanted people to feel helped who were going through similar experiences. CNN's Camila Bernal is in Los Angeles. Camila, what more do we know about Matthew Perry's death tonight?
Hey Laura, so we are learning that Los Angeles Police Department officers are investigating his death right now. They did confirm that they responded to his home at 4:10 p.m. local time here in Los Angeles. The LA Fire Department also confirming that the 911 call came in at 4:07 p.m. and what they said was that they responded to a water rescue emergency. Now, the details are limited, but the LA Times is reporting that this was an apparent drowning accident. The LA Times also citing a law enforcement source and saying that no foul play is suspected in his death. But of course, it is shocking and sad for many here in Hollywood and for his fans after learning of his death at just 54 years old. He started his acting career as a teenager and started with the small roles, eventually landed bigger, more prominent roles, and later on landed that Friends role as Chandler, which of course is what made him truly famous in this country, as people still to this day are watching replays and enjoying Chandler and really the way he makes you laugh with his jokes, his one-liners, his facial expressions, overall making the show better. And these are friends on and off screen. These guys negotiated their TV salaries together, and at the time really were some of the highest paid TV actors. So they were known for famously negotiating their contracts together. It was the members, the cast, that also helped him through his struggles with addiction. He was very open about this, as we've mentioned. He wrote about it in his book, but said he wanted to help people, Laura.
Camila Bernal reporting from Los Angeles tonight. Thank you so much. We can't imagine what those who are closest to him must be feeling, as really so many of us are reeling, thinking about somebody we believe to be the sort of quintessential friend in our head, and certainly the friend on the screen, Chandler Bing, but to those who knew and loved him, Matthew Perry. We're back in a moment.
Goodbye, Matthew Perry. A song by Paul Beckman, Paul Rainbow song, also the new and first leader of humankind in the free world. Created October 28th, 2023. Goodbye, Matthew Perry. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Goodbye, Matthew Perry. Ooh, goodbye, Matthew Perry. Oh, goodbye at 54. Goodbye, 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 Matthew Perry. Goodbye, goodbye. Oh, ooh. Matthew Perry, friends, Chandler, Matthew Perry, the actor, dead at 54, no more. Opportunities for life, that's it. Only can be remembered now. No more live moments in the here and now. In this physical world we find ourselves, we can only say goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Matthew Perry.